There is a point, often just before sleep, where the stability of perception begins to loosen in a way that is subtle enough to pass unnoticed unless attention is deliberately drawn toward it. Nothing outwardly changes. The room remains as it is, your body does not move, and your thoughts continue in familiar patterns. Yet something in the background of awareness shifts, and what felt fixed only moments earlier begins to feel conditional, as though its solidity depends on something that is no longer being held in quite the same way. Experiences like this are easy to dismiss, and they usually are. But if they are followed, even briefly, they begin to expose a question that sits beneath the surface of everyday life. You do not encounter reality directly. What you experience is something assembled, shaped through layers of perception, interpretation, and internal organization that operate so seamlessly they rarely draw attention to themselves. Everything arrives already structured. What you see, hear, and feel presents itself as coherent, as though it were complete. Within the Corpus Hermeticum, and particularly in the opening treatise known as Poimandres, or the Shepherd of Men, this assumption is not rejected, but examined. The question is not simply what reality is, but how it comes to appear in the form that it does, and what role perception itself plays in that appearance. Because if what is experienced is structured, then it becomes necessary to ask what is responsible for that structure, and whether the one who perceives it is separate from it or already participating within it. That question is where Poimandres begins. The opening of Poimandres, the first treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, is marked by a deliberate lack of spectacle. There is no ritual setting, no invocation, and no attempt to establish authority through dramatic means. Instead, the narrator situates himself in a condition that is both ordinary and precise. He is engaged in sustained thought. This detail is essential because it frames what follows not as an arbitrary supernatural event, but as something that arises within a particular state of awareness. The encounter is not random, it is conditioned. At a certain point within this state, the narrator describes a shift in perception. This is not presented as sleep, nor as a loss of consciousness, but as a transition into a mode of awareness that is less mediated by the structures that normally organize experience. It is within this shift that the presence appears. The text is careful not to define this presence in conventional terms. It is not described through physical form, nor is it located in space in the way an object would be. Instead, the emphasis is placed on recognition. The narrator does not question what he is encountering. He recognizes it. This recognition precedes explanation, suggesting that what is encountered is not entirely foreign, but in some sense already compatible with the structure of awareness itself. The presence identifies itself as Poimandres, often translated as the mind of the all, and rather than offering explanation, it offers to show. This establishes the method of the text. Not argument, not doctrine, but guided perception. What follows in Poimandres is not the presentation of a completed world, but the unfolding of a process. The narrator is not given a description of reality, but is placed within a vision of its emergence. The first distinction that becomes visible is between light and darkness. These are not introduced as moral categories, but as structural ones. Light corresponds to intelligibility, to that which can be apprehended directly by mind, while darkness corresponds to an undifferentiated condition that has not yet taken form. From their interaction, differentiation begins. This process is not presented as chaotic, but as patterned. An ordering principle, described in various ways as a word or formative force, translates intelligibility into structure. The cosmos emerges as a layered system, in which form arises through the organization of what was previously indistinct. Crucially, this process is not external to the observer. The narrator is not positioned outside the vision, but within it. The emergence of structure is not treated as a distant event, but as an ongoing condition that includes the act of perception itself. This is one of the defining features of poimandres within the Corpus Hermeticum. The origin of the world is not separated from the experience of the one perceiving it. Instead, the two are presented as aspects of the same structure. Within this emerging structure, the text introduces humanity as occupying a distinct position. The human being is not described as merely another element within the cosmos, but as participating in both the intelligible and the perceptible. This dual participation defines its role. At the level of mind, there is alignment with the intelligible structure that underlies reality. The human being reflects, in some sense, the same principle that gives rise to order within the cosmos. There is, initially, no separation between the capacity to perceive and the structure of what is perceived. However, this condition does not remain stable. The text describes a turning, not as a moral failure, but as a shift in orientation. Attention becomes directed toward the perceptible world, and identification follows. The human being begins to understand itself in relation to what appears, rather than in relation to the structure that gives rise to appearance. This introduces division, not between two separate realities, but within the mode of experience itself. Awareness becomes mediated, perception becomes layered. What was once directly apprehended becomes subject to interpretation. This shift establishes the condition that the rest of the Corpus Hermeticum will continue to examine. At this stage, Poimandres moves from describing structure to describing condition. The focus shifts from how reality emerges to how it is experienced. Perception is revealed as structured. What appears is not encountered in its raw form, but is organized, stabilized, and presented as coherent. This coherence creates the impression of completeness, as though what is perceived constitutes the whole of reality. However, this coherence also conceals the conditions that make it possible. The perceptible becomes treated as self-sufficient. A closed loop forms in which perception presents a structured world. Identification stabilizes that structure, and the stability reinforces the assumption that what is perceived is complete. Within this loop, intelligibility is not removed, it is obscured. This is not presented as an error in the conventional sense, but as a condition that arises naturally from the position the human being occupies within the structure of reality. The result is not ignorance as a lack of information, but a more complex form of misunderstanding in which the structure of reality remains present, but is no longer clearly recognized. The final movement of Poimandres does not introduce new information. Instead, it returns to what has already been shown and clarifies the position of the observer within it. The text does not propose an external solution, nor does it introduce a system of practices. It moves toward recognition. The structure of reality has already been revealed. What changes is the clarity with which it is understood. Reorientation occurs when awareness is no longer exclusively identified with the perceptible. The perceptible world is not rejected, but repositioned. It becomes one level within a layered structure rather than the foundation of it. Understanding shifts from accumulation to alignment. It is no longer a matter of acquiring more information, but of recognizing the relationship between what appears and what underlies it. The vision does not conclude with resolution in the conventional sense. It does not close the gap it has exposed. It clarifies it. The human being remains positioned between the intelligible and the perceptible. This position is not a flaw, but the condition that makes both confusion and understanding possible. Within the Corpus Hermeticum, this is the foundation. Not a conclusion, but a position from which everything that follows must be approached differently. The second treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, most commonly titled the General Discourse, or more precisely, Hermes to Asclepius, does not begin by attempting to recreate the intensity of the vision presented in Poimandres. It does not need to. The work of disruption has already been done. Where Poimandres unsettles the assumption that reality is simply given, stable, and external, the General Discourse begins from the position that this assumption has already been called into question. It assumes, at least to some extent, that the reader has already encountered the idea that perception is not neutral, that the structure of reality is not immediately visible, and that the observer is not separate from what is observed. From that position, the task changes. The question is no longer how reality comes into being, nor is it concerned with presenting a vision of its structure in symbolic form. Instead, it turns towards something more precise and in many ways more difficult. It asks how reality is understood, and more importantly, how it continues to be misunderstood even after its structure has been revealed. This shift in focus is subtle, but it defines the entire movement of the General Discourse within the Corpus Hermeticum. The problem is no longer one of ignorance in the simple sense of not knowing. It becomes a problem of interpretation. Because once the possibility has been introduced that reality is structured, layered, and dependent on intelligibility, the primary obstacle is not the absence of truth. It is the persistence of ways of thinking that do not align with that structure. This is what makes misunderstanding so stable. It does not arise randomly. It follows patterns, it reinforces itself, and it becomes convincing precisely because it produces a world that appears coherent. The General Discourse is concerned with those patterns, not in the abstract, but as they operate within human experience. It does not reject the perceptible world. It does not attempt to replace it with a different symbolic system. Instead, it examines the assumptions that allow that world to appear complete, self-contained, and sufficient. Because if perception is structured, as Poimandres suggests, then misunderstanding must also be structured. And if it is structured, then it can be recognized. This is where the tone of the text shifts. It becomes less concerned with showing and more concerned with correcting. Not correction imposed from outside, but correction that becomes possible when the structure of misunderstanding is made visible. The aim is not to introduce a new reality. It is to refine the way the current one is being read. And once that becomes the focus, a different kind of question begins to take shape. Not what exists, not even how it appears, but how something can be encountered clearly, repeatedly, consistently, and still be interpreted incorrectly. Because within the Corpus Hermeticum, that is not treated as an exception. It is treated as the starting condition. Where Poimandres unfolds through vision, the General Discourse begins with direct instruction, and this change in form is not simply stylistic. It reflects a shift in purpose that is central to understanding how the Corpus Hermeticum develops its ideas across multiple treatises. The earlier text establishes a framework through experience, placing the observer inside a vision of reality as it emerges, structured by intelligibility and mediated through mind. That encounter is disruptive. It destabilizes the assumption that reality is simply external and self-evident. But disruption on its own is not sufficient. It opens a gap, but it does not stabilize what follows. The General Discourse moves into that gap. It takes what has been shown and begins to articulate it in a form that can be examined, followed, and understood without relying on symbolic vision. The emphasis shifts from exposure to clarification. The speaker, again identified as Hermes Trismegistus, addresses Asclepius not as someone being initiated into an overwhelming experience, but as someone expected to follow a line of reasoning with care. The tone is measured, deliberate, and structured. There is no attempt to overwhelm. Instead, there is an expectation of attention. From the outset, the discourse introduces a distinction that becomes the organizing principle for everything that follows. There is what is perceived, and there is what is understood. At first, this may appear to be a familiar distinction, something that can be reduced to the difference between sensory experience and intellectual reflection. But the text is not operating at that level of simplicity. It is not suggesting that perception is unreliable in a casual sense, nor that thought is inherently superior. It is pointing toward a structural difference in how reality is encountered. What is perceived through the senses is described as variable. It comes into being, changes, and passes away. It is dependent on conditions, and its form is not stable over time. This does not make it insignificant, but it does define its position. In contrast, what is understood through mind is described as unchanging. It does not come into being in the same way, and it does not pass away. It is not subject to the same conditions that define perceptible experience. Instead, it underlies those conditions. This is not presented as an abstract philosophical claim. It is introduced as a necessary clarification for understanding anything at all. Because if everything is treated as though it exists at the same level, then no stable understanding can be formed. What changes cannot serve as a foundation. It can be observed, described, and engaged with, but it cannot provide the basis for knowledge that remains consistent. This is the first correction that the general discourse introduces. Not a rejection of perception, but a repositioning of it. The perceptible world is not dismissed, it is placed within a structure. What is perceptible belongs to a level of reality that is dependent, structured, and subject to change. What is intelligible belongs to a level that is foundational, consistent, and not subject to the same conditions. The difficulty arises because human attention does not naturally align with this structure. Attention is drawn towards what is immediate, dynamic, and changing. The senses are constantly engaged with movement, variation, and interaction. This creates a natural orientation toward what appears. Over time, this orientation becomes stabilized. What is most frequently encountered is treated as most real. What is most visible is treated as most fundamental. And what is less immediately accessible, precisely because it does not change, is treated as abstract, distant, or secondary. This is where the reversal begins. The dependent is treated as primary. The primary is treated as secondary. This reversal is not experienced as an error. It is experienced as normal. It produces a world that is coherent enough to function within and stable enough to navigate. But that stability is conditional. It depends on the assumption that what is perceived is sufficient. The general discourse does not attempt to remove that world. It examines the assumption. Because once the distinction between perception and understanding is made clear, it becomes possible to see that what is taken to be complete is, in fact, partial. Not incorrect in the sense of being false, but incomplete in the sense of not accounting for what underlies it. This is where the definition of knowledge begins to shift. Knowledge is no longer treated as accumulation. It is not the gathering of more information about what is perceived. Instead, it is defined in terms of alignment. To know something is to understand its position within the structure of reality. It is to recognize not only what it is, but how it relates to what is more fundamental than it. Without that relation, knowledge remains unstable. It can describe, but it cannot ground. This is why the general discourse begins here, not with the world itself, but with the way it is approached. Because without correcting the approach, no amount of information will produce clarity. And with the correct orientation, even what is already known can begin to take on a different significance. This is the beginning of that reorientation. With the distinction between what is perceived and what is understood established, the general discourse moves into a more refined examination of reality itself. It does not attempt to construct a new cosmology in the way Poimandres presents a vision of emergence. Instead, it clarifies the structure that has already been implied, and it does so in a way that removes ambiguity rather than adding symbolic depth. The key movement here is subtle, but it is decisive. Reality is not divided into separate worlds. It is structured in levels. This distinction is essential because without it, interpretation tends to fall into one of two extremes. Either the perceptible world is treated as the only reality, fully self-sufficient and complete, or it is dismissed as illusion in the sense of being unreal or insignificant. The general discourse rejects both of these positions. What it presents instead is a layered structure in which the perceptible is real but not primary, and the intelligible is primary but not separate. The perceptible world, the world that is encountered through the senses, is described as dependent. It comes into being, it changes, and it passes away. Its forms are not fixed and its conditions are not stable. This does not make it false, it makes it contingent. It exists as an expression of something more fundamental. That something is not introduced as a separate domain that must be accessed through distance or escape. It is described as the underlying condition that makes the perceptible possible at all. It is what allows form to arise, what allows structure to hold, and what allows anything to be intelligible. This is what the text refers to as the intelligible. What is intelligible does not come into being in the same way as perceptible things. It is not subject to change, not because it is static in a simplistic sense, but because it does not depend on conditions that can vary. It does not emerge, and it does not dissolve. It underlies both emergence and dissolution. This introduces a hierarchy, but not one based on value or importance in a moral sense. It is a hierarchy of dependence. What is perceptible depends on what is intelligible. What is intelligible does not depend on what is perceptible. This distinction has immediate consequences for how reality is understood. If what is most visible is also what is most changeable, then it cannot serve as a stable foundation for understanding. It can be observed, described, and interacted with, but it cannot explain itself. Its existence points beyond itself to the conditions that allow it to appear. This is where the common approach to knowledge begins to break down. Human understanding tends to move outward, gathering information about what is perceived. It analyzes, categorizes, and compares. This process is effective within its domain. It produces systems, technologies, and forms of practical knowledge that allow for control and prediction within the perceptible world. But it does not address the question of foundation. It does not explain why anything appears at all. The general discourse does not dismiss this outward movement of knowledge. It places it within context. It recognizes that the accumulation of information about what changes cannot, on its own, lead to an understanding of what does not. This is why the text returns to the role of mind. If reality is structured in levels, and if the intelligible underlies the perceptible, then understanding must involve more than observation. It must involve a mode of engagement that is capable of recognizing what remains constant beneath what changes. This does not require abandoning the senses. It requires situating them. Perception becomes one level within a broader system. It provides access to what appears, but not to what grounds appearance. To treat it as sufficient is to confuse level with foundation. The task then is not to reject the perceptible, but to understand its position. Once that position is clear, the nature of reality begins to take on a different character. It is no longer experienced as a collection of independent objects existing in isolation. It is understood as a structured system in which everything that appears is related to something more fundamental than itself. This relationship is not always visible, but it is always operative. And this is where the earlier idea of alignment becomes more precise. To understand something is to recognize its relation to what underlies it, not in abstraction, but as a condition of its existence. Without that recognition, knowledge remains partial. It can describe what appears, but it cannot account for why it appears. The general discourse does not attempt to close this gap through explanation alone. It makes the gap visible, and in doing so, it shifts the task of understanding from accumulation to orientation. Not knowing more about what is seen, but recognizing what makes seeing possible in the first place. With the structure of reality clarified as layered rather than divided, the general discourse turns to the central problem that follows from this understanding. The issue is no longer what reality is, but why it is so consistently misunderstood. The text does not attribute this misunderstanding to a lack of intelligence, nor does it suggest that truth is hidden in a way that makes it inaccessible. Instead, it identifies something more precise and more difficult to recognize. The problem is a misalignment of attention. Human experience is oriented toward what is immediate, dynamic, and perceptible. The senses are constantly engaged with change, movement, and variation. This produces a natural emphasis on what appears, because what appears is what demands response. It is what can be interacted with, manipulated, and navigated. Over time, this orientation stabilizes. What is most frequently encountered becomes treated as most real. What is most visible becomes treated as most fundamental. And what does not present itself in this way, precisely because it does not change, becomes marginalized. This is the beginning of the reversal. What is dependent is treated as primary. What is primary is treated as secondary. This reversal does not present itself as an error. It produces a coherent world. It allows for practical engagement, for prediction, for control. Within its own domain, it works. That is what makes it difficult to recognize. Because it does not fail immediately. It fails at the level of foundation. What changes is taken as the basis for understanding, even though it cannot sustain that role. The perceptible world, leads, which depends on underlying conditions, is treated as though it explains itself. This creates a closed system of interpretation. Perception presents a structured world. Identification stabilizes that structure, and the stability reinforces the interpretation that produced it. Each layer confirms the others. Within this system, there is no immediate reason to question what is taken to be real. This is why misunderstanding persists. It is not maintained through error alone, but through consistency. The world appears to behave in ways that align with the assumptions made about it. Objects remain where they are expected to be. Processes unfold in predictable ways. Patterns repeat. This creates a sense of reliability that supports the interpretation, even if that interpretation is incomplete. The general discourse identifies this as the central difficulty. Not that reality cannot be seen, but that it is seen through a structure that is not aligned with it. This misalignment operates at the level of attention. Attention is directed outward toward what changes, rather than inward or upward toward what remains constant. This is not framed in spatial terms, but in structural ones. The focus remains on the level of appearance, rather than on the level that makes appearance possible. As a result, understanding becomes anchored to what is unstable. What is known reflects what changes, rather than what underlies change. This produces a form of knowledge that is effective within its domain, but limited in scope. It can describe processes, but it cannot account for their foundation. It can explain interactions, but not the conditions that allow interaction to occur. This limitation is rarely experienced as a limitation. It is experienced as completeness. Because the system is self-reinforcing, it provides answers that are consistent within its own framework. It does not encounter contradiction unless it is pushed beyond its own assumptions. The general discourse does not attempt to dismantle this system entirely. It exposes its structure. By making the reversal visible, it introduces the possibility of correction. Not by rejecting perception, but by recognizing its position. Once it becomes clear that what is perceived is not self-sufficient, the stability of the system begins to shift. Not because the world changes, but because the assumptions that organize it are no longer held in the same way. This is where the possibility of reorientation emerges, not as an external solution, but as a consequence of recognizing the structure of misunderstanding itself. The human error, then, is not simply that things are misunderstood. It is that misunderstanding becomes the basis for certainty. And that certainty is maintained not because it is complete, but because it is consistent. This is what the general discourse seeks to correct, not by replacing one certainty with another, but by making the structure of certainty itself visible. Once the structure of misunderstanding has been made visible, the general discourse does not move into instruction in the conventional sense. It does not present a system of practices, nor does it outline a sequence of steps that must be followed in order to arrive at a different state. Instead, it returns to the distinction that has been established between what is perceived and what is understood, and it refines the relationship between them. The emphasis shifts toward reorientation. This is not a change in the external world, nor is it the acquisition of new information. It is a change in how awareness relates to what it encounters. The perceptible world is not rejected. It is not treated as illusion in the sense of being unreal or irrelevant. It remains present, structured, and accessible. What changes is its position. It is no longer treated as the foundation. It is understood as one level within a layered system. This shift is subtle, but it has significant consequences. When perception is no longer assumed to be sufficient, it begins to be examined in relation to what underlies it. What is seen is no longer taken at face value as complete. It is recognized as an expression of something more fundamental. This does not produce detachment in the sense of withdrawal. It produces clarity. Engagement with the perceptible world continues, but it is no longer based on the assumption that what is perceived exhausts what is. There is an awareness of structure that operates alongside perception rather than being replaced by it. This is where the earlier idea of alignment becomes more concrete. To be aligned with reality, in the sense used by the general discourse, is not to adopt a belief or to accept a doctrine. It is to recognize the relationship between levels without collapsing them into one another. What changes is not the content of experience, but the way it is organized. Previously, attention was oriented toward what changes, and understanding was built upon that orientation. Now, attention begins to include what does not change, not as an abstract concept, but as a condition that is recognized through reflection. This introduces a different form of stability. Not one based on fixed appearances, but one based on recognizing the structure that allows appearances to arise and pass away. From this position, knowledge begins to take on a different meaning. It is no longer defined by accumulation. It is defined by relation. To know something is to understand where it sits within the structure of reality, how it depends on what is more fundamental, and how it participates in what appears. Without this relational understanding, knowledge remains partial. It can describe what is happening, but it cannot account for why it is happening. The general discourse does not present this as a final state. It presents it as a correction in orientation, a shift away from treating the perceptible as self-sufficient and toward recognizing the intelligible as foundational. This correction does not require the introduction of anything new. It requires attention. Attention to what is assumed. attention to what is taken for granted, and attention to the structure that is already present but not always recognized. This is as close as the text comes to instruction, not in the form of action, but in the form of direction. A direction that points back toward the intelligible basis of reality that has been present from the beginning, but overlooked through the structure of perception. From this point, the possibility of understanding is no longer dependent on acquiring more information. It depends on maintaining clarity about the relationship between what is seen and what makes seeing possible. This is the reorientation that the general discourse establishes, not as a conclusion, but as a condition that must be sustained if the earlier distinctions are to remain meaningful. By the conclusion of the general discourse, Hermes to Asclepius, the movement that began in Poimandres has not been replaced or expanded in a dramatic sense. It has been stabilized. The vision presented in the first treatise introduced a structure in which reality is understood as layered, intelligible at its foundation, and mediated through perception at the level of experience. That structure was encountered directly, not argued for, and its impact lay in the way it disrupted the assumption that reality is simply given and external. What the general discourse does is take that disruption and make it usable. It removes the reliance on symbolic presentation and brings the same structure into a form that can be followed through reasoning. In doing so, it clarifies not only what the structure is, but how it is consistently misunderstood, and why that misunderstanding is so stable. At this point, several elements have been firmly established. Reality is not divided into separate worlds, but structured in levels. The perceptible world is real, but dependent. The intelligible is foundational, but not separate. The human being exists within this structure, positioned in such a way that it engages primarily with what appears, while remaining capable of recognizing what underlies appearance. This position is not resolved. It is clarified. The tension between what is perceived and what is understood is not removed because it cannot be removed without collapsing the structure itself. What changes is the awareness of that tension. This is what allows the rest of the Corpus Hermeticum to proceed. Not by introducing entirely new ideas, but by returning to the same structure from different angles, refining its implications and examining the conditions under which it is either recognized or obscured. In this sense, the general discourse functions as a stabilizing text. It ensures that what was revealed in Poimandres is not reduced to a single moment of insight, but becomes a framework that can be maintained, examined, and applied. This is why it avoids dramatic conclusions. It does not attempt to resolve the relationship between perception and understanding in a final way. Instead, it reinforces the distinction between them and emphasizes the importance of maintaining clarity about that distinction. The result is not certainty in the conventional sense. It is orientation. An orientation in which the perceptible world continues to be engaged with, but is no longer treated as self-sufficient. An orientation in which understanding is no longer defined by accumulation, but by recognizing the relationship between what appears and what underlies it. From this position, the earlier insights of Poimandres begin to take on a different character. They are no longer experienced as a disruption alone, but as a reference point. A way of returning to the structure that has already been revealed, and of recognizing when interpretation begins to drift away from it. This is the function of the second treatise within the broader movement of the Corpus Hermeticum. It does not expand the scope of the vision. It deepens the ability to hold it. And in doing so, it prepares the ground for what follows. Because the question is no longer whether reality has structure. It is whether that structure can be recognized consistently without being replaced by the patterns of interpretation that arise from perception alone. This is the position from which the next treatise begins. not with a new disruption, but with a continuation. One that assumes the framework is already in place and that the task is now to examine it from another angle without losing sight of what has already been made clear. In this way, the general discourse, Hermes to Asclepius, does not close the argument. It holds it open. And in doing so, it establishes the condition necessary for everything that follows in the Corpus Hermeticum to be understood in relation to what has already been revealed. By the time the third treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, commonly referred to as the Sacred Sermon or the Holy Sermon, begins, the groundwork established in Poimandres and refined in the general discourse, Hermes to Asclepius, is already in place. Reality has been presented as structured rather than random. Perception has been identified as mediated rather than neutral. And the human position has been clarified as one that exists between what is intelligible and what is perceptible, capable of recognizing both, but typically oriented toward only one. This third movement does not attempt to disrupt that framework or restate it in the same terms. Instead, it begins to work from within it. The shift here is subtle, but it marks a change in emphasis. Where Poimandres reveals structure and the general discourse corrects interpretation, the sacred sermon turns toward condition in a more direct sense. Not the condition of perception alone, but the condition of being itself as it is experienced from within that structure. The question becomes less about how reality is misunderstood, and more about what it means to exist within it once that misunderstanding has been recognized. This introduces a different kind of tension, not between perception and understanding, but between recognition and continuity. Because even when the structure of reality is understood in principle, the experience of being within it does not immediately change. The perceptible world remains present. The patterns of interpretation remain active, and the orientation of attention does not automatically realign. This is where the difficulty becomes more precise. Understanding, in the sense established by the earlier treatises, is not enough on its own. It can reveal structure. It can clarify position. But it does not, by itself, stabilize the experience of being within that structure. This is where the sacred sermon begins its work, not by introducing new distinctions, but by addressing the implications of those that have already been made. Because once it is recognized that reality is structured and that perception operates within that structure in a limited way, a further question emerges. Not whether this is true, but what follows from it. What does it mean to exist in a world that is not self-sufficient? What does it mean to know that what is perceived is not the foundation? And what does it mean to continue to perceive, to think, and to act within that condition? These are not abstract questions. They are experiential. And this is what shifts the tone of the sacred sermon. It becomes less concerned with explanation and more concerned with articulation. Not in the sense of providing instruction, but in the sense of bringing into clarity something that is already present but not fully recognized. The focus moves toward being, not as a concept, but as a condition. Because if the structure of reality has already been established, and if the position of the human within that structure has already been clarified, then what remains is not the introduction of something new. It is the deepening of what has already been seen. And this is where the text begins. not with a new vision, not with a correction, but with a shift in attention. A shift that moves from understanding structure to recognizing what it means to exist within it. With the framework of reality already established in earlier treatises of the Corpus Hermeticum, the sacred sermon moves directly into a more concentrated examination of being itself. The shift here is not toward new information, but toward a refinement of what it means to exist within a structure that has already been clarified as layered, intelligible at its foundation, and mediated at the level of perception. The focus narrows, not toward the external world, nor toward the mechanics of perception alone, but toward the condition of existence as it is experienced from within that structure. The text approaches this by reinforcing a distinction that has already been introduced, but now with greater emphasis. There is what truly is, and there is what comes into being. This is not a distinction between existence and non-existence in a simple sense. It is a distinction between what is foundational and what is dependent, between what remains constant and what is subject to change. What comes into being is described as contingent. It arises through conditions, it takes form, and it passes away. Its existence is real, but not self-sufficient. It depends on factors that are not contained within it. In contrast, what truly is does not arise in this way. It does not come into being because it is not dependent on conditions that can change. It does not pass away because it does not exist within the framework of becoming. It is not one thing among others. It is the basis upon which all things that come into being depend. This distinction reorients the concept of existence itself. Existence is no longer understood as a uniform category in which all things participate equally. It becomes structured. Some things exist as expressions. Others exist as foundation. The difficulty arises because human experience is primarily oriented toward what comes into being. The senses engage with form, movement, and change. Thought, when directed outward, follows these patterns, describing, analyzing, and interpreting what is encountered. This creates a consistent engagement with becoming, with what appears and disappears. Over time, this engagement becomes dominant. What comes into being is treated as what is, and what truly is, precisely because it does not present itself through change, is overlooked. This is not because it is hidden in a literal sense. It is because it does not operate in the same way as what is commonly perceived. It does not demand attention. It does not vary. And it does not present itself as an object among other objects. This introduces a subtle but significant problem. If attention is directed toward what comes into being, and if understanding is built upon that orientation, then what truly is remains unrecognized, not because it is absent, but because it is not the focus of perception. The sacred sermon does not attempt to redirect attention through force. It clarifies the structure in which attention operates. To recognize what truly is does not require the elimination of what comes into being. It requires a shift in how the relationship between the two is understood. What comes into being is not denied. It is repositioned. It is understood as dependent, as expressive, as something that reflects a deeper condition without exhausting it. This has implications for how being itself is understood. Being is not located within things that appear. It is what allows things to appear. This moves the discussion away from identifying existence with objects, forms, or processes, and toward recognizing existence as the condition that underlies them. This condition is not separate in the sense of being elsewhere. It is present, but not in a way that is immediately captured by perception. The text begins to suggest that the difficulty is not that being is inaccessible. It is that it is not recognized as distinct from what comes into being. This confusion leads to a collapse of levels. What is dependent is treated as foundational, and what is foundational is treated as abstract or irrelevant. From this perspective, existence appears fragmented, a collection of separate things, each existing on its own terms, interacting but not grounded in a shared condition. The sacred sermon challenges this appearance. It presents existence as unified at its foundation, with multiplicity arising as an expression of that unity rather than as a collection of independent entities. This does not eliminate difference. It situates it. Difference exists at the level of becoming. Unity exists at the level of being. Now, understanding requires recognizing both without reducing one to the other. This is where the earlier idea of alignment begins to take on a more ontological dimension. To be aligned with reality is not simply to understand structure conceptually. It is to recognize the relationship between being and becoming as it operates within experience. This recognition does not remove the perceptible world. It changes the way it is encountered. What appears is no longer treated as self-contained. It is seen as expressive. This shift does not produce a new world. It reveals a different way of existing within the one that is already present. From here, the sacred sermon will begin to examine how this structure is experienced at the level of the human being, and how the distinction between being and becoming plays out within the condition of awareness itself. Because understanding being in the abstract is one thing, recognizing it within experience is another. And it is this second movement that the text begins to develop. With the distinction between what truly is and what comes into being clarified, the sacred sermon turns more directly toward the human condition within that structure. The question is no longer only how reality is structured, but how that structure is lived. The human being is not positioned outside the distinction between being and becoming. It exists within it. This is what defines the difficulty. At the level of experience, the human being engages almost entirely with what comes into being. Perception operates through change, through form, through movement and variation. Thought, when oriented outward, follows the same pattern, organizing what is encountered into coherent systems that reflect those changes. This produces a stable mode of experience. The world appears structured, continuous, and self-consistent. Objects persist, processes unfold, and patterns repeat. Within this field, the human being develops a sense of identity that is tied to what is perceived. This identity is not constructed arbitrarily. It arises through identification. What is perceived becomes the basis for self-understanding. The body, the environment, the interactions with others, the continuity of memory. All of these contribute to a sense of self that is grounded in the perceptible. This is not presented as an error. It is presented as a condition. The difficulty arises when this condition is treated as complete. When the human being identifies exclusively with what comes into being, the relation to what truly is becomes obscured, not removed, but no longer recognized as distinct. This introduces a form of limitation, not in the sense of restriction imposed from outside, but as a consequence of orientation. If awareness is directed toward what changes, then understanding will be shaped by change. It will reflect variation, difference, and multiplicity. This is not incorrect, but it is partial. What remains unrecognized is the aspect of being that does not change. The sacred sermon does not describe this as a loss in the dramatic sense. It is not framed as something that has been taken away or hidden. It is described as something that is present but not attended to. This distinction is important because it shifts the problem from absence to recognition. The human being is not separated from being. It is oriented away from it. This orientation is reinforced continuously. Perception presents what comes into being. Identification stabilizes that presentation, and the stability reinforces the assumption that what is experienced is sufficient. This creates a closed structure of experience. Within this structure, everything appears to be accounted for. There is no immediate indication that anything is missing because the system operates coherently within its own limits. This is why the distinction between being and becoming is difficult to sustain in practice. It does not align with the dominant mode of experience. The sacred sermon begins to address this by returning to the role of awareness. If the human being is capable of recognizing what truly is, then that capacity must be present within experience itself. It cannot be introduced from outside. This means that the relation to being is not established through acquisition. It is established through recognition. Recognition in this context is not the discovery of something new. It is the clarification of something already present. This shifts the emphasis again. The task is not to move toward being as though it were located elsewhere. It is to recognize its presence within what is already experienced. All this does not eliminate the perceptible. It reframes it. What comes into being is no longer treated as self-contained. It is seen as expressive. This introduces a different way of relating to experience. The human being continues to perceive, to think, and to act within the world of becoming. But this engagement is no longer based on the assumption that becoming is the foundation. Instead, it is understood as an expression of being. This understanding does not remove the tension between the two. It makes it visible. And in making it visible, it introduces the possibility of relating to both without collapsing one into the other. This is the position that the sacred sermon begins to articulate. Not a separation from the world, but a shift in how the world is understood. From here, the text will move toward examining how this recognition affects the way experience is interpreted, and how the structure of misunderstanding begins to shift once the relation between being and becoming is made clear. Because recognizing the structure is one movement, sustaining that recognition within experience is another. And it is this second movement that the text begins to develop. Once the distinction between being and becoming has been recognized, and once the human position within that distinction has been clarified, a further difficulty begins to emerge. The sacred sermon does not treat recognition as an endpoint. It treats it as the beginning of a new kind of vulnerability. Because understanding, once it begins to move beyond the level of perception alone, is not automatically stable. It can distort. This distortion does not occur in the same way as the earlier misunderstanding described in the general discourse. That earlier error was based on a misalignment of attention, a consistent orientation toward what comes into being at the expense of what truly is. What is described here is more subtle. It occurs after the distinction has already been made. The difficulty lies in how that distinction is held. If the difference between being and becoming is treated too rigidly, it produces separation. What truly is becomes abstract, distant, or elevated in a way that disconnects it from experience. What comes into being is then treated as secondary, diminished, or even unreal in a dismissive sense. This is not the position of the sacred sermon. The text does not support a rejection of becoming. It does not suggest that what appears should be dismissed or abandoned. Instead, it maintains that becoming is dependent, not irrelevant. The distortion occurs when dependence is mistaken for insignificance. This creates a new form of misunderstanding, not one that collapses everything into the perceptible, but one that attempts to escape it entirely. In this movement, the structure is still lost, because the relationship between being and becoming is no longer held. They are separated. What truly is placed beyond experience. What comes into being is treated as something to be left behind. This introduces a different kind of error, one that appears on the surface to move toward understanding, but in doing so abandons the structure that makes understanding possible. The sacred sermon addresses this by returning to the idea of relation. Being and becoming are not two independent realities. They are aspects of a single structure. Becoming expresses being. Being underlies becoming. To recognize one without the other is to distort the whole. This is why the text does not present understanding as a movement away from the world. It presents it as a change in how the world is understood. The perceptible is not rejected. It is recognized as expressive. This recognition maintains the connection between levels. It prevents the collapse into perception alone, and it also prevents the separation that comes from treating being as entirely beyond experience. The distortion of understanding occurs when this balance is lost, either through collapse or separation. Collapse occurs when everything is reduced to what appears. Separation occurs when what appears is rejected in favor of what is assumed to be beyond it. Both movements lose the structure. The sacred sermon maintains that understanding requires holding the relation, not as an abstract idea, but as a condition of experience. This is where the role of awareness becomes more precise. Awareness must be capable of recognizing what truly is, while remaining engaged with what comes into being. This is not a passive state. It requires consistency. Because the patterns of perception and identification continue to operate, the tendency to collapse into appearance remains. The tendency to separate from it remains. No, understanding, then, is not a single moment of recognition. It is a condition that must be sustained. This does not mean maintaining a belief. It means maintaining clarity. Clarity about the relationship between levels. Clarity about the position of the observer within that structure. And clarity about the ways in which that structure can be misread. This is what allows understanding to remain aligned, not by removing the possibility of distortion, but by recognizing how distortion occurs. The sacred sermon does not eliminate error. It makes it visible in more refined forms. Because as understanding develops, the forms of misunderstanding become more subtle. And without recognizing this, what appears to be clarity can become another form of confusion. From this point, the text moves toward a further clarification of how awareness can remain aligned without collapsing into either extreme. Because sustaining understanding requires more than recognition. It requires stability. And it is this stability that the next movement begins to address. With the possibility of distortion clarified, the sacred sermon turns toward a question that is less often addressed directly, but is central to everything that has been established so far. How is understanding maintained? Recognition on its own is not sufficient. The distinction between being and becoming can be seen clearly, even if only for a moment. The structure of reality can be understood conceptually, and the position of the human being within that structure can be articulated with precision. But none of this guarantees continuity. Understanding can lapse. Clarity can give way to familiar patterns of perception and identification. And when it does, the earlier condition reasserts itself without necessarily being recognized as such. This is why the sacred sermon shifts its focus towards stability. Not stability in the sense of fixing experience into a rigid form, but stability in the sense of maintaining clarity across changing conditions. The difficulty lies in the nature of experience itself. What comes into being is dynamic. It changes continuously. Perception follows that movement. Attention is drawn toward variation, toward what appears and disappears, toward what demands response. Within this movement, the recognition of what truly is can easily become secondary. Not because it is removed, but because it is not actively sustained. This introduces a new layer to the problem. It is no longer only about recognizing structure. It is about remaining aligned with it while engaging with what changes. The sacred sermon does not present this as a task that requires withdrawal from the world. It does not suggest that stability is achieved by avoiding perception or disengaging from experience. Instead, it presents stability as something that must exist within engagement. This is where the role of awareness becomes more refined. Awareness is not simply the capacity to perceive. It is the capacity to recognize. To remain stable, awareness must be capable of holding the distinction between being and becoming even as it moves through the perceptible world. This does not require constant effort in the sense of strain. It requires consistency. Consistency in recognizing what is changing. Consistency in recognizing what is not. And consistency in maintaining the relationship between the two. This relationship is what prevents collapse. Without it, perception reasserts itself as the primary mode of understanding. The perceptible becomes treated as self-sufficient once again, not through deliberate choice, but through habit. At the same time, stability also prevents separation. Without stability, the recognition of being can become abstract. It can be held conceptually but not integrated into experience. This produces a different form of misalignment, in which understanding exists as an idea but does not affect how the world is encountered. Stability, then, is not about holding onto a particular state. It is about maintaining clarity across states. Whether perception is active or quiet, whether experience is complex or simple, whether attention is directed outward or inward. In all of these conditions, the structure remains the same. Being does not change. Becoming continues. Stability is the recognition of this continuity. This is why the sacred sermon does not frame understanding as a moment of arrival. It frames it as a condition that must be sustained. This does not imply effort in the conventional sense. It implies attention. Attention to what is assumed, attention to what is taken as given, and attention to the relationship between what appears and what underlies it. This attention is not directed toward acquiring new knowledge. It is directed toward maintaining clarity about what is already known. From this position, understanding becomes less fragile. It is no longer dependent on specific conditions. It is not limited to moments of reflection or insight. It becomes a way of engaging with experience itself. The sacred sermon does not present this as a final state. It presents it as a necessary condition. Without stability, recognition collapses into habit. With stability, understanding becomes continuous. And it is this continuity that allows the earlier distinctions to remain meaningful beyond the moment in which they are first recognized. From here, the text moves toward its conclusion, not by resolving the structure, but by reinforcing the position from which it can be held. Because the task is not to complete the understanding, it is to remain aligned with it. And that alignment depends on stability. By the conclusion of the sacred sermon, the holy sermon / the sacred logos, the movement that began in Poimandres and was stabilized in the general discourse, Hermes to Asclepius, has not been extended through the introduction of new concepts. Instead, it has been deepened through clarification. The structure remains the same. Reality is understood as layered rather than divided. The intelligible is foundational. The perceptible is dependent. And the human being exists within this structure, positioned between what truly is and what comes into being. What has changed is the level at which this structure is held. In Poimandres, the structure is revealed through vision. It disrupts the assumption that reality is simply given and external. It introduces the idea that perception is structured and that the observer is not separate from what is observed. In the general discourse, that structure is articulated. It is clarified, stabilized, and brought into a form that can be followed through reasoning. The emphasis shifts from revelation to correction, from exposure to understanding. In the sacred sermon, the focus moves again, not toward structure alone, and not toward correction alone, but toward condition. What does it mean to exist within this structure once it has been recognized? How is understanding maintained within a mode of experience that continues to operate through perception, change, and identification? And how does awareness remain aligned without collapsing into the patterns that have already been identified as limiting? These questions define the role of the third treatise within the broader movement of the Corpus Hermeticum. The answer is not given in the form of instruction. It is given in the form of clarification. Understanding is not treated as an event. It is treated as a condition. A condition that depends on the recognition of structure. A condition that requires the maintenance of distinction. And a condition that is sustained through stability rather than through accumulation. This introduces a different way of thinking about knowledge. Knowledge is no longer defined by how much is known, but by how clearly what is known is held. It is not measured by expansion, but by consistency. This consistency is not rigid. It does not fix experience into a static form. It allows for change, variation, and engagement with the perceptible world. But it does so without losing sight of what underlies that world. This is what allows the earlier distinctions to remain meaningful. Without stability, the recognition of structure collapses into habit. With stability, it becomes a way of engaging with experience itself. This is the position that the sacred sermon establishes, not as a conclusion, but as a continuation. Because the structure has not changed, the human position has not changed, and the conditions of perception remain in place. What has changed is the clarity with which these are recognized. This clarity does not remove the tension between being and becoming. It makes that tension visible. And in making it visible, it allows it to be held without distortion. This is what prepares the ground for what follows in the Corpus Hermeticum. The next treatises will not abandon this framework. They will return to it. They will examine it from different perspectives. They will refine its implications, and they will continue to explore the conditions under which it is either maintained or lost. But they all proceed from this position. A position in which reality is understood as structured. A position in which perception is recognized as limited. And a position in which understanding is not a final state, but an ongoing condition. This is where the sacred sermon, the holy sermon / the sacred logos, leaves the reader. Not with a resolution, but with a way of holding what has already been revealed. And once that position is established, the question is no longer whether reality has structure. It is whether that structure can be recognized consistently, without being replaced by the patterns that arise from perception alone. This is the condition from which everything that follows must be approached. By the time the key, the fourth treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, begins, the movement that started in the earlier texts has already reached a point of stability, at least in principle. The structure of reality has been introduced, clarified, and held across multiple perspectives. It has been revealed through vision, articulated through explanation, and grounded through reflection on the condition of being itself. At this point, there is nothing fundamentally new that needs to be added. What remains is something more exacting. The question is no longer how the structure is revealed, or how it is explained, or even how it is recognized within experience. The question becomes whether that structure can be held in its most reduced form without being altered in the process. This is where the key begins its work. It does not expand the framework outward. It does not introduce additional distinctions or develop further layers of complexity. Instead, it moves in the opposite direction, toward compression. It reduces what has already been established into a form that is more direct, more concentrated, and less supported by extended explanation. At first, this may seem like a simplification. The language appears clearer, the movement appears more immediate, the structure seems easier to follow because it is stated more directly. But this appearance is misleading. The simplicity here is not designed to make the material easier. It is designed to remove the supports that made it easier before. In the earlier treatises, understanding is guided. The reader is led through a progression. Distinctions are introduced gradually, reinforced through repetition, and examined from multiple angles so that they can be stabilized over time. There is room to misinterpret and then correct. There is space to return to earlier ideas and see them more clearly in light of what follows. The key does not provide that space. It assumes that the structure is already understood, and it presents it without the same level of reinforcement. It removes the gradual unfolding and replaces it with direct statement. It reduces the distance between idea and expression. This is where the difficulty begins. Because when something is presented in a reduced form, there is less room for error to be recognized. Misunderstanding does not necessarily appear as confusion, it appears as false clarity. What is being said seems simple enough to grasp. It can be repeated, it can be restated. But in the process of holding it, the relationships that give it meaning can begin to shift. What was previously understood as layered may become flattened. What was recognized as relational may be treated as fixed. What depended on the balance between levels may collapse into a single level without that collapse being immediately visible. This is why the key functions less as a summary and more as a test. It does not check whether the words have been understood. It reveals whether the structure those words point to can be maintained without distortion. Because if the earlier insights have not been fully integrated, then compression will expose that immediately. The structure will not hold under reduction. It will simplify in ways that alter its meaning. This is the risk that the text introduces. Not the risk of misunderstanding through complexity, but the risk of misunderstanding through apparent simplicity. And this is also why the tone shifts here. There is less guidance, less repetition, less elaboration. The text moves with a kind of directness that requires the reader to already be oriented in the right way. It does not attempt to bring that orientation into place. It assumes it. From this point onward, the task is not to follow a progression. It is to maintain clarity, to hold what has already been established without adding to it unnecessarily and without reducing it in ways that distort it. This is a different kind of engagement. It requires attention not to what is new, but to what remains constant as it is expressed more directly. And this is why the key occupies such a specific position within the Corpus Hermeticum. It does not move the system forward in terms of expansion. It tests whether it can remain intact under compression. The question it raises is not whether the structure of reality can be understood when it is explained in detail. It is whether it can still be recognized when that explanation is removed. And that is where the text begins. The key moves directly toward what can only be described as the most reduced expression of the structure that has already been established, and it does so by returning to the idea of unity, not as a concept among others, but as the condition that makes all distinction possible. In earlier treatises, unity was approached indirectly. It was implied through the distinction between what changes and what does not, between what comes into being and what truly is. It was suggested through the idea that the perceptible depends on the intelligible, and that multiplicity emerges from something that is not itself multiple. Here, that movement becomes more explicit. Unity is not treated as something that sits within the structure of reality. It is not one element among others that can be compared, contrasted, or examined in isolation. It is what allows any structure to exist at all. This is why it cannot be approached in the same way as what comes into being. What comes into being can be perceived. It presents itself as form, as movement, as variation. It can be described because it appears. It can be analyzed because it changes. It can be compared because it exists alongside other things that also come into being. Unity does not appear in that way. It does not take form. It does not change. It does not exist alongside other things as though it were one object among many. Because of this, it cannot be grasped through the same processes that are used to understand what is perceptible. This is where misunderstanding begins to take shape. Because the tendency is to treat unity as though it was something that could be identified, located, or described in the same way as other aspects of reality. It becomes an idea, a concept, or a category that is placed within the system rather than recognized as what allows the system to exist. This shifts its position. Instead of being understood as foundational, it is treated as something that must be found or reached or defined. And in doing so, it is already being misread. The key corrects this by removing that possibility. It does not present unity as something to be discovered within the structure of reality. It presents it as the condition that is always already present, regardless of whether it is recognized. This is why it cannot be approached through accumulation. It is not something that becomes clearer as more information is gathered. It is not something that is revealed through comparison or contrast. It is not something that emerges over time as understanding develops. It is constant. And because it is constant, it does not draw attention in the same way that change does. This introduces a difficulty that runs throughout the entire structure of understanding. Attention is naturally drawn toward what varies. What changes demands response. It presents differences that can be observed, measured, and interpreted. It creates a field of engagement that is dynamic and active. Unity does not operate in that way. It does not present variation. It does not create contrast. It does not demand attention because it does not change. It remains the same regardless of what appears within it. Because of this, it is easily overlooked. Not because it is hidden, but because it does not compete for attention with what is constantly shifting. This is why the earlier treatises emphasize the need for reorientation. And this is why the key returns to unity in such a direct way. It removes the possibility of treating it as secondary. It removes the idea that it is something that sits behind or beyond what is perceived in a distant sense. Instead, it establishes that everything that appears depends on it completely. Without unity, there would be no coherence, there would be no structure. There would be no relation between things that allows them to be understood at all. What appears as multiplicity does not contradict unity. It expresses it. This is where the structure must be held carefully. Because if unity is understood as separate from multiplicity, then the relationship between them is lost. Unity becomes abstract and multiplicity becomes independent. But if multiplicity is reduced entirely to unity without recognizing its expressive role, then difference disappears in a way that does not reflect experience. The key does not allow either of these reductions. It maintains that multiplicity is real but dependent, and that unity is foundational but not separate. This balance is what must be preserved. And this is where the compression introduced by the text becomes more difficult to hold. Because without the extended explanation of earlier treatises, this relationship can easily be simplified in ways that distort it. Unity can be treated as a single thing among many, or as something entirely removed from what appears. Both interpretations lose the structure. What must be held is the relationship itself. That everything that appears does so within a condition that does not change, and that this condition is not something added to reality, but what allows reality to be intelligible at all. From this point, the key continues to reduce the structure further, moving from unity as a condition toward the implications this has for how reality is experienced and understood. And as it does so, the need for precision becomes more immediate. Because each reduction removes another layer of support, and what remains must be held without distortion. With unity established as the condition that underlies everything that appears, the key moves toward a more precise distinction that has already been introduced in earlier treatises, but is now presented in a more reduced and direct form. This is the distinction between intellect and perception. not as two separate faculties that operate independently, but as two modes of engagement with reality that function at different levels within the same structure. Perception operates at the level of becoming. It engages with what comes into being, with what changes, with what appears and disappears. It is tied to the senses, but not limited to them. It includes the processes of recognition, interpretation, and response that arise as a result of what is encountered. Through perception, the world appears structured. Objects are distinguished from one another. Events are experienced as sequences. Relationships are formed between what is seen and what is remembered. This creates a coherent field of experience that allows for navigation, interaction, and continuity. There is nothing inherently incorrect about this. Perception is not presented as false. It is presented as partial. Because what perception engages with is not self-sufficient. What appears depends on conditions that are not themselves perceptible in the same way. The forms that are recognized through perception arise, change, and pass away. They do not contain within themselves the basis for their own existence. This is where intellect becomes necessary. Intellect, in this context, is not simply the capacity for reasoning or analysis in the conventional sense. It is the capacity to recognize what does not change within what does. It does not replace perception. It reorients it. Through intellect, the relationship between what appears and what underlies appearance becomes visible. What is perceived is no longer treated as self-contained. It is understood as dependent, as expressive of something that remains constant even as forms vary. This introduces a dual engagement with reality. Perception continues to operate. It continues to present a world of multiplicity, variation, and interaction. But intellect operates alongside it, recognizing the condition that allows that multiplicity to exist. The difficulty arises when these two modes are not held in relation. If perception operates without intellect, then what appears is treated as complete. The perceptible world becomes the foundation of understanding, even though it depends on something more fundamental. This leads to a form of knowledge that is effective within its domain, but limited in scope. It can describe processes, but it cannot account for their basis. If intellect is approached without maintaining its relation to perception, a different distortion occurs. What underlies reality is treated as something separate from what appears. It becomes abstract, removed, or distant. The perceptible world is then seen as secondary in a way that disconnects it from its source, rather than recognizing it as an expression of it. In both cases, the relationship is lost. The key does not allow this separation. It maintains that perception and intellect must operate together, each within its proper position. Perception engages with what changes. Intellect recognizes what does not. Neither replaces the other. Neither is sufficient on its own. This is where the earlier idea of alignment becomes more precise. To be aligned with reality is not to abandon perception, nor is it to retreat entirely into abstraction. It is to recognize the structure within which both operate and to maintain clarity about their relationship. This clarity is not established once and held automatically. It must be maintained. Because the tendency of perception is to assert itself as complete. What is most immediate, most vivid, and most active draws attention and becomes the basis for interpretation. Without the continued operation of intellect, this tendency reasserts itself. At the same time, the tendency of intellect, when not held in relation to perception, is to become detached from experience. It can form concepts that are internally consistent, but disconnected from the way reality is actually encountered. The key reduces this dynamic to its essential form. Perception without intellect leads to collapse into appearance. Intellect without perception leads to separation from appearance. Understanding requires both. not as separate domains, but as coordinated aspects of a single engagement with reality. This coordination is what allows the structure introduced in earlier treatises to remain intact under compression. Because without it, the reduction introduced by the key would simplify the system in ways that remove its essential relationships. With it, the structure can be held clearly, even as it is expressed more directly. From this point, the text continues to reduce the system further, moving toward the implications this has for how knowledge itself is understood. Because once the relationship between perception and intellect is clear, the question shifts again. Not what is known, but how knowing itself is structured within this framework. With the relationship between intellect and perception clarified, the key moves into what follows from that distinction in a more concentrated form. The question is no longer simply how reality is structured or how it is engaged with, but how knowledge itself is understood within that structure. This shift is subtle, but it changes the focus completely. Knowledge is no longer treated as something that is accumulated over time through the addition of information. It is not defined by how much is known, nor by the range of what can be described, measured, or analyzed. Instead, knowledge is defined by alignment. To know something is to recognize its position within the structure of reality, not simply to identify its characteristics at the level of appearance. It is to understand how it depends on what underlies it and how it participates in what comes into being. Without this relation, knowledge remains partial. It can describe what appears, but it cannot account for why it appears. It can identify patterns, but it cannot explain the condition that allows those patterns to exist. It can operate effectively within the domain of perception, but it cannot extend beyond it. This is where the earlier distinction between intellect and perception becomes decisive. Perception provides content. It presents forms, processes, and variations that can be engaged with directly. It allows for recognition, interaction, and continuity. Through perception, the world becomes accessible. But accessibility is not the same as understanding. Because what is accessible through perception is always changing. It does not remain fixed long enough to serve as a stable foundation for knowledge. It can be observed, but it cannot ground what is observed. This is where intellect operates. Not by adding more information, but by recognizing what does not change within what does. It identifies the condition that remains constant across variation, and in doing so, it provides a basis for understanding that is not dependent on shifting appearances. Knowledge, then, is not the accumulation of perceptible details. It is the recognition of what remains constant as those details change. This introduces a different relationship to what is known. Instead of moving outward indefinitely, gathering more and more information about what appears, knowledge becomes oriented toward what allows appearance to occur in the first place. This does not eliminate the role of perception. It repositions it. Perception continues to provide access to the world of becoming, but that access is no longer treated as sufficient. It becomes one aspect of a broader engagement, in which what is perceived is understood in relation to what underlies it. This is where misunderstanding can take on a more refined form. Because once knowledge is redefined in this way, there is a tendency to treat the recognition of underlying structure as a kind of possession. It becomes something that is known in the sense of being held conceptually. But conceptual recognition is not the same as alignment. A structure can be described accurately while still being misapplied. The language can be correct while the relation it points to is not maintained in experience. This is the difference between knowing about something and knowing it within the structure that gives it meaning. The key does not allow for this distinction to be ignored. It reduces knowledge to its essential condition. To know is to be aligned with what is, not in a passive sense, but in a way that maintains the relationship between what changes and what does not. This alignment is not established once and then secured permanently. It must be maintained. Because the conditions of perception continue to operate, the tendency to treat what appears as self-sufficient remains active. The movement toward accumulation, toward describing more and more without recognizing the foundation of what is described, continues. Without the continued operation of intellect, knowledge collapses back into description. It becomes detailed but not grounded. At the same time, without maintaining the relation to perception, knowledge can become abstract. It can detach from experience and operate only at the level of concept. In this case, it may remain internally consistent, but it no longer reflects the structure of reality as it is encountered. The key maintains the balance. Knowledge requires perception to engage with what appears. It requires intellect to recognize what underlies it. And it requires the relationship between the two to remain intact. This is what gives knowledge its stability. Not the amount that is known, but the clarity with which what is known is held in relation to the structure that allows it to exist. From this point, the text moves toward the final reduction. If knowledge is alignment, and alignment depends on maintaining the relationship between being and becoming, then the question becomes how that alignment is sustained in a way that does not collapse under the conditions of experience. And it is this question that the final movement begins to address. Once knowledge has been reduced to alignment, the question that remains is not how alignment is reached, but how it is sustained. The key does not treat alignment as a moment of insight that, once attained, remains stable on its own. It treats it as a condition that must be continuously maintained within a field of experience that is constantly shifting. This is where the structure becomes most demanding. Because the earlier stages of understanding allow for progression, there is movement from not knowing to knowing, from confusion to clarity, from fragmentation to structure. This movement can be followed, repeated, and reinforced. But sustaining alignment does not follow the same pattern. It does not progress in a linear way. It does not accumulate. It does not become easier simply through repetition. Instead, it depends on maintaining clarity within conditions that are always changing. Perception continues to operate. The world of becoming does not slow down or simplify. It continues to present variation, difference, and movement. It continues to draw attention toward what changes, because what changes demands response. Within this, the recognition of what does not change can become less immediate. Not because it disappears, but because it does not assert itself in the same way. This creates a constant pressure toward misalignment, not as a dramatic shift, but as a gradual drift. The structure is not rejected. It is simply no longer held as clearly. This is where sustaining alignment becomes necessary. It is not about holding on to a particular idea. It is about maintaining the relationship between what appears and what underlies it. This relationship must remain active. If it becomes passive, it begins to dissolve. Because the conditions of perception continue to reinforce themselves, what is seen becomes what is assumed. What is experienced becomes what is taken as given. Without the continued operation of intellect, this assumption becomes stable again. This is not a failure. It is the default condition. The key does not attempt to remove this condition. It recognizes it, and it places the emphasis on maintaining clarity within it. This is why alignment cannot be reduced to a single act. It is not achieved once and then preserved automatically. It must be sustained through attention. Not effort in the sense of strain, but attention in the sense of recognizing what is taking place. recognizing when perception begins to assert itself as complete, recognizing when intellect begins to detach from experience, recognizing when the relationship between the two is no longer being held. This recognition is what allows alignment to be maintained, not by preventing change, but by remaining clear within it. This introduces a different understanding of stability. Stability is not the absence of movement. It is the ability to remain aligned within movement, to engage with what comes into being without losing sight of what does not, to recognize variation without treating it as foundational, to hold unity without separating it from multiplicity. This is not a passive state. It requires consistency, not in the sense of rigid control, but in the sense of continued recognition. Because without that recognition, alignment fades. And what remains is a return to the earlier condition, in which perception operates without being situated within the structure that underlies it. The key reduces this dynamic to its simplest form. Alignment is clarity. Misalignment is the loss of that clarity. Nothing new is introduced. Nothing is added. What matters is whether what has already been established is being held. From this point, the text moves toward its final movement. Not to conclude the structure, but to reinforce it in its most reduced form. Because once everything has been clarified, and once alignment has been defined, and once the need to sustain it has been recognized, the only thing that remains is to hold the entire structure together without expanding it further. And that is where the text comes to its end. By the conclusion of the key, the fourth treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum, the movement that began in the earlier texts has not been extended through the addition of new ideas. It has been reduced to its essential form. Everything that has been introduced across the previous treatises remains present. The structure of reality as layered rather than divided. The distinction between what comes into being and what truly is. The relationship between perception and intellect. The definition of knowledge as alignment rather than accumulation. The need to sustain that alignment within conditions that are constantly changing. None of this has been replaced. What has changed is the way it is held. The key removes the extended development that supported these ideas in earlier texts. It removes the gradual unfolding, the repetition, and the multiple perspectives that allowed the structure to become familiar over time. What remains is direct, concentrated, and without support. This is what defines its role. It does not introduce new understanding. It tests whether understanding has been stabilized. Because once the structure is reduced to this form, it can no longer be followed passively. It cannot be approached as a sequence of ideas that build on one another. It must be held as a whole. This is where the difficulty lies. Not in complexity, but in precision. Because when something is held as a whole, any distortion affects the entire structure. If unity is misunderstood, the relationship between multiplicity and foundation is altered. If perception is treated as sufficient, the role of intellect is diminished. If intellect is separated from perception, the structure becomes abstract. If knowledge is treated as accumulation, alignment is lost. Each element depends on the others, and this is what the key makes clear. Not by expanding the system, but by removing everything that is not essential. This is why it cannot be approached in the same way as earlier texts. There is no progression to follow, no gradual development to rely on, no repetition to reinforce what is being said. What is presented must already be understood in order to be held correctly. And if it is not, then the reduction itself will expose that. This is what makes the key a turning point within the Corpus Hermeticum. Not because it changes the structure, but because it changes the way that structure must be engaged with. From this point onward, the emphasis is no longer on introduction or clarification. It is on application in the most precise sense. Not application as a set of actions, but application as the ability to maintain alignment within experience without losing the relationships that define the structure. This is where the earlier distinctions become operational, not as ideas that can be described, but as conditions that must be recognized continuously. Because once the structure has been reduced to this form, it can no longer be supported externally. It must be held internally, not as belief, not as concept, but as clarity. This is where the key leaves the reader, not with a conclusion, but with a condition. A condition in which everything that has been revealed remains present, but must now be maintained without the support of extended explanation. And from this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues, not by returning to what has already been said, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once the structure is known, the task is no longer to discover it. It is to remain aligned with it. And that alignment is the only thing that allows what has been revealed to remain intact. By the time the fifth treatise of the Corpus Hermeticum begins, the structure of reality has already been clarified, reduced, and held across multiple perspectives. What remains is not the introduction of something new, but the expression of that structure in a form that appears at first to contradict itself. God is not manifest, and yet is most manifest. This is not a poetic contradiction. It is not a stylistic choice designed to create ambiguity. It is a direct statement of a relationship that cannot be expressed without tension, because it describes something that does not fit within the normal structure of perception. Up to this point, the distinction between what appears and what underlies appearance has been established in multiple ways. What comes into being is perceptible. It changes, it takes form, and it can be described. What truly is does not come into being. It does not change, and it does not present itself as an object among other objects. This distinction is clear in principle. The difficulty begins when it is expressed in relation to experience. Because if what truly is does not appear in the same way as what comes into being, then it can be described as not manifest. It does not present itself directly to perception. It cannot be identified in the same way as the things that are encountered through the senses. At the same time, everything that appears depends on it completely. Nothing that comes into being exists independently. Every form, every process, every variation arises within a condition that does not change. This condition is not separate from what appears. It is what allows appearance to occur at all. From this perspective, it can be described as most manifest, not because it appears as a form, but because it is present in everything that appears. This is where the tension becomes necessary. If it is described only as not manifest, it becomes distant, abstract, and removed from experience. It is treated as something that exists beyond the world, unrelated to what is perceived. If it is described only as manifest, it becomes identified with what appears. It is reduced to form, to change, to the very processes that depend on it. Both of these descriptions lose the relationship that defines the structure. The statement holds both at once. Not manifest in the sense of not appearing as an object. Most manifest in the sense of being present in everything that appears. This cannot be resolved through simplification. It cannot be reduced to a single statement without losing part of what it expresses. This is why the text begins here, not with explanation, but with a form that resists being flattened. Because the tendency is always to resolve tension too quickly, to choose one side of a distinction and treat it as complete, to say that what truly is either present or absent, either within the world or beyond it. The structure established in earlier treatises does not allow for that. It requires that both aspects are held simultaneously. This is what makes the statement difficult. Not because it is unclear, but because it cannot be simplified without being distorted. It demands that the relationship between being and becoming, between what appears and what underlies it, is maintained without collapsing into either extreme. From this point, the text will begin to unfold this paradox in more detail. Not by resolving it, but by clarifying how it operates within the structure that has already been established. Because once the tension is recognized, the question is no longer whether it can be resolved. It is whether it can be held without distortion. And that is where the treatise begins. Once the initial tension has been established, the key does not attempt to resolve it. Instead, it begins to clarify the structure that makes that tension necessary. The statement that what is not manifest is also most manifest depends entirely on how manifestation itself is understood. In ordinary experience, manifestation is tied to appearance. Something is considered manifest when it can be perceived, when it takes form, when it presents itself as something that can be identified and distinguished from what surrounds it. In this sense, manifestation is inseparable from change. What appears comes into being, remains for a time, and then passes away. This is the level at which perception operates. It identifies form, it distinguishes between objects, it tracks movement and variation. Through this process, a world emerges that is structured, coherent, and continuous enough to be navigated. Within this world, manifestation seems clear. What is visible is considered real, and what is not visible is often treated as absent or secondary. The text challenges this assumption. It does not deny that manifestation occurs at the level of appearance. It does not suggest that what is perceived is unreal. Instead, it questions whether appearance is the only form of manifestation, or whether manifestation itself has a deeper structure that is not immediately visible. To understand this, it becomes necessary to separate manifestation from form. Form is one way in which something can be expressed. It is the way in which something becomes perceptible. But form is not the condition that allows expression to occur. It is the result of that condition being active within the field of becoming. If manifestation is reduced to form, then anything that does not take form is treated as unmanifest. This is where the misunderstanding begins. Because what does not take form in the same way is not necessarily absent. It may simply not be accessible through perception in the way that form is. It may operate as a condition rather than as an object. This is the position that the text is pointing toward. What is described as not manifest is not absent. It is not hidden in the sense of being somewhere else. It is not waiting to appear in the way that objects appear. It is present, but not as form. This is why it can be described as most manifest. Not because it appears directly, but because everything that appears depends on it completely. It is present in every form without being reducible to any form. It is active in every process without being limited to any process. This introduces a different understanding of presence. Presence is no longer tied exclusively to visibility. It is not limited to what can be identified through perception. It includes what allows perception itself to operate. This shift is subtle, but it changes the entire framework. Because once manifestation is no longer equated with form, the relationship between what appears and what underlies it becomes more precise. What appears is no longer treated as self-sufficient. It is understood as an expression of something that is present in a different way. This does not remove the importance of form. Form remains the way in which things are encountered within experience. It remains the field in which interaction takes place. It remains necessary for engagement, for recognition, and for continuity. But it is no longer treated as the foundation. It is treated as an expression. This distinction must be held carefully, because if form is dismissed entirely, the connection between what appears and what underlies it is lost. What is foundational becomes abstract, disconnected from experience. The world becomes something to move away from, rather than something to understand in relation to what supports it. At the same time, if form is treated as the only form of manifestation, then what underlies it is overlooked. The structure collapses into appearance, and the deeper condition that allows appearance to occur is no longer recognized. The text maintains both. Form is real but dependent. What underlies form is present but not as form. This is the relationship that defines manifestation at a deeper level. And this is why the initial statement cannot be simplified. To say that what is not manifest is also most manifest is to recognize that manifestation operates at more than one level. It is not limited to what appears. It includes what allows appearance to occur at all. From this point, the text begins to move toward the implications of this for how reality is understood within experience. Because once manifestation is no longer tied exclusively to form, the way in which presence is recognized must also change. And this is where the structure becomes more demanding. Not because it becomes more complex, but because it requires a different way of holding what is already present. Once manifestation is no longer confined to form, the question shifts again. It is no longer enough to recognize that what underlies appearance is present. The difficulty becomes how that presence is understood when it does not take form in the way perception expects. Presence, in ordinary terms, is tied to identification. Something is present when it can be located, when it can be distinguished from what is around it, when it occupies a position within space and time. This is how perception confirms existence. It relies on boundaries, on contrast, on difference. Without these, recognition becomes uncertain. This is why what does not take form is often treated as absent. If it cannot be identified, it appears as though it is not there. If it does not present itself as something distinct, it does not register in the same way as what does. This creates a tendency to equate presence with visibility, and visibility with reality. The structure established in the earlier treatises does not allow for this equivalence. Because what underlies form cannot be identified in the same way as form itself. It does not occupy a position. It does not exist alongside other things as one element among many. It does not create contrast because it is what allows contrast to exist. This makes it difficult to approach, not because it is inaccessible, but because the usual methods of recognition do not apply. It cannot be located because location depends on distinction. It cannot be described in terms of form because form is what it supports. It cannot be approached as an object because it is not one. This is where the idea of presence must be refined. Presence is no longer understood as something that stands out. It is understood as something that remains, not in the sense of remaining over time, but in the sense of being constant regardless of what changes. It is not what appears within the field of experience. It is what allows the field itself to exist. This is why it can be described as most manifest. Not because it is visible, but because it is never absent. There is no moment in which it is not present. There is no condition in which it is not active. Even when it is not recognized, it is still the condition that allows recognition to occur. This introduces a different kind of difficulty, because what is always present does not draw attention. Attention is drawn to what changes. It moves toward difference, toward variation, toward what stands out from its surroundings. This is what allows perception to function. It requires contrast in order to identify. What is constant does not provide that contrast. It does not stand out. It does not vary. And because of this, it is easily overlooked. Not because it is hidden, but because it does not compete for attention. This is why the earlier emphasis on reorientation becomes necessary. If attention remains fixed on what changes, then what does not change will remain unrecognized, even though it is always present. This is not corrected by adding more information. It is corrected by shifting how attention operates. Not away from what appears, but within it. The recognition of presence without form does not require withdrawing from perception. It requires recognizing that what is perceived does not exhaust what is present. That within every form there is something that is not itself a form. That within every change there is something that does not change. This is not an abstract idea. It is a structural condition. And it must be held as such. Because if it is treated as an idea, it becomes something that can be accepted or rejected without affecting how experience is understood. It remains at the level of concept. The key does not allow for this. It requires that the relationship between form and what underlies it is maintained within experience itself. This is where presence without form becomes more than a statement. It becomes a condition that must be recognized continuously, not through effort, but through clarity. Clarity that what appears is not self-sufficient. Clarity that what is present is not limited to what can be seen. Clarity that what does not appear as form is not therefore absent. From this point, the text moves toward the implications of this for how existence itself is understood. Because once presence is no longer tied to form, the question becomes how existence is defined when it is not limited to what can be identified. And this is where the structure moves again. Not into something new, but into a deeper expression of what has already been established. Once presence is no longer tied exclusively to form, the distinction between existence and non-existence must also be reconsidered. In ordinary understanding, existence is associated with what can be identified. Something exists when it appears, when it takes form, when it can be recognized within the field of perception. Non-existence, in contrast, is associated with absence. What does not appear is often treated as though it does not exist at all. This distinction seems clear at the level of experience, because perception operates by identifying what is present and distinguishing it from what is not. The structure established in the earlier treatises does not support this interpretation. Because what underlies form does not appear in the same way as form itself, it cannot be identified through the same processes that are used to recognize what comes into being. If existence is defined only in terms of appearance, then what does not appear will be treated as non-existent, even if it is the condition that allows appearance to occur. This is where the confusion arises. The absence of form is mistaken for the absence of existence. But these are not the same. What does not take form is not necessarily absent. It may simply not be accessible through the mode of perception that relies on distinction and identification. It may exist as a condition rather than as an object. This requires a shift in how existence itself is understood. Existence is no longer defined by visibility. It is defined by presence. And presence, as established, is not limited to what can be perceived as form. This does not mean that everything that is unseen exists in the same way. The text does not collapse all distinctions. Instead, it clarifies that existence operates at different levels, and that these levels are not equally accessible through the same means. What comes into being exists at the level of form. It can be perceived, identified, and described. What underlies becoming exists at a different level. It does not come into being. It does not take form. And because of this, it cannot be approached through the same methods. This is where the idea of non-existence must be handled carefully. Non-existence is not simply what is not perceived. It is what is not. But what is not cannot be confused with what does not appear. Because what does not appear may still be present in a way that is not accessible through perception. This is why the initial statement holds both aspects at once. What is not manifest in the sense of not appearing as form. What is most manifest in the sense of being present in everything that appears. This resolves the apparent contradiction not by eliminating it, but by clarifying the levels at which each part of the statement operates. The difficulty is not in the statement itself. It is in the tendency to interpret it at a single level. If everything is reduced to the level of perception, then what does not appear will be treated as non-existent. If everything is elevated beyond perception, then what appears will be treated as insignificant. Both of these movements lose the structure. The key maintains that existence must be understood in relation to the structure that allows it to be recognized. This means holding the distinction between what appears and what underlies appearance without collapsing one into the other. This is where the earlier emphasis on alignment becomes relevant again. To be aligned with reality is to recognize the levels at which existence operates, not to deny what appears, not to dismiss what does not appear, but to understand their relationship. This understanding cannot be reduced to a concept. It must be maintained within experience, because the tendency to equate existence with appearance remains active. It is reinforced by perception. It is stabilized by habit, and it is rarely questioned because it appears to work. The key challenges this by showing that what appears is not sufficient to define what is, that existence cannot be limited to what is visible, and that what does not appear may still be the most fundamental aspect of what is. From this point, the text moves toward the implications of this for how the idea of God itself is understood within this framework. Because once existence is no longer defined by appearance, the way in which the foundational condition is described must also change. And this is where the final movement begins to take shape. Once existence is no longer defined exclusively by what appears, the way in which the idea of God is understood must also shift. The key does not introduce God as a separate entity, nor does it position God as something that exists alongside other things within the structure of reality. Instead, it returns to what has already been established and clarifies how that foundational condition is consistently misread. The misreading begins when God is approached as an object of perception. This can take many forms. It may appear as an attempt to imagine God in the same way that other things are imagined, as something that has form, location, or definable attributes. It may take the form of abstraction, where God is treated as a concept that can be described, analyzed, and understood through language alone. It may even appear as a complete rejection, where what cannot be perceived is dismissed as non-existent. In each case, the same movement is taking place. God is being treated as though it was something that could be approached through the same structures that are used to understand what comes into being. This is where the distortion occurs. Because what has been described as the foundational condition of reality cannot be reduced to the level of what it allows to exist, it cannot be contained within the same framework as the forms and processes that depend on it. To attempt to do so is to reverse the relationship. What underlies everything is treated as though it were one thing among many. This reduces it. It shifts it from being the condition of existence to being an element within existence. The key corrects this by returning to the paradox with greater precision. God is not manifest in the sense that God does not appear as form. There is no object that can be identified as God within the field of perception. There is nothing that can be pointed to and said to represent the whole. At the same time, God is most manifest in the sense that nothing exists apart from that condition. Every form, every process, every instance of becoming depends entirely on what does not come into being. This is not a theological claim in the conventional sense. It is a structural one. It describes the relationship between what appears and what allows appearance. The misreading occurs when this relationship is collapsed. If God is treated as manifest in the same way as objects, then God becomes limited to form. The infinite is reduced to the finite. What underlies everything is treated as though it were one part of what it underlies. If God is treated as not manifest in the sense of being entirely absent from what appears, then the connection between foundation and expression is lost. The world becomes separate from what allows it to exist. The relationship that defines the structure disappears. The key does not allow either interpretation. It maintains that God cannot be identified as a form and yet is present in all forms. This requires a different way of understanding presence. Not as something that stands apart, but as something that remains within everything without being reducible to any single instance. This is where the earlier distinctions converge. Unity, intellect, knowledge, and alignment all point toward this same condition. They describe different aspects of the same relationship. And when that relationship is held correctly, the misreading begins to fall away. Not because a new idea replaces it, but because the structure that supported it is no longer maintained. The difficulty is that this misreading is persistent. It is reinforced by the way perception operates. It is supported by language which tends to describe things as though they exist independently and can be defined in isolation. It is stabilized by habit, which treats what is most familiar as sufficient. Because of this, the correction cannot be a single act. It must be maintained. Not by rejecting perception or abandoning language, but by recognizing their limits and holding them in relation to what they depend on. This is where the understanding of God becomes precise, not as something that can be captured, not as something that can be reduced to description, but as the condition that allows everything to be, without itself becoming one of the things that is. From this point, the text moves toward its final movement. Not to conclude the idea, but to restate it in its most reduced and stable form. Because once the misreading has been exposed, what remains is not a new interpretation, but the need to hold the relationship without distortion. And this is where the treatise comes to its end. By the conclusion of this fifth treatise, the apparent contradiction that opened the text is no longer something that requires resolution. It has been clarified as a statement that reflects the structure of reality when it is understood across more than one level at once. What is not manifest because it does not appear as form, it does not come into being, it does not take shape, and it cannot be identified within the field of perception in the way that objects can. What is most manifest because nothing that appears exists independently of it. Every form, every process, every instance of becoming depends on a condition that does not itself become. This relationship has now been held from multiple angles. Manifestation has been separated from form. Presence has been distinguished from visibility. Existence has been clarified beyond what can be identified. And the idea of God has been returned to its structural position, not as an object within reality, but as the condition that allows reality to be. None of this introduces something new. It refines what has already been established. The structure remains consistent. What has changed is the level of precision with which it is held. This is what defines the role of this treatise within the broader movement of the Corpus Hermeticum. It does not expand the system. It forces it into a form that cannot be simplified without distortion, because the tendency, once a structure has been understood, is to reduce it in ways that make it easier to hold, to remove tension, to collapse distinctions, to treat what is foundational as though it were either absent or fully contained within what appears. This text does not allow that. It maintains the tension, not as something unresolved, but as something necessary. Because the relationship between what appears and what underlies it cannot be expressed without holding both at once. If one is removed, the structure collapses. This is why the language remains paradoxical, not to obscure meaning, but to prevent it from being flattened, to keep the relationship intact. This introduces a different kind of stability. Not stability through simplification, but stability through precision. To remain aligned with this structure is not to resolve the paradox. It is to hold it without distortion. To recognize that what does not appear is not therefore absent. To recognize that what appears is not therefore self-sufficient. To recognize that what underlies everything is present in everything without becoming any one thing. This is not a conclusion that can be reached and then set aside. It is a condition that must be maintained. Because the tendency to collapse the structure remains active, perception continues to operate in terms of form. Language continues to divide and define. Experience continues to present itself as though what appears is complete. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, the earlier condition returns. Not dramatically, but gradually. Clarity fades. Distinction becomes less precise. The structure remains, but it is no longer held. This is why the text does not end with a final statement that resolves the tension. It ends by reinforcing the condition that must be maintained. Not as belief, not as doctrine, but as clarity. Clarity that what is most fundamental does not appear as what is most visible. Clarity that what is most present does not present itself as an object. Clarity that what allows everything to be cannot be reduced to any single instance of being. From this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues, not by introducing a different structure, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once the relationship has been recognized, the task is no longer to discover it. It is to remain aligned with it. And that alignment is the only way the structure remains intact within experience. By the time the sixth treatise begins, the structure of reality has already been clarified in terms of what appears and what underlies it, what comes into being and what does not, what is perceived and what is recognized through intellect. The earlier paradoxes have established that what is most fundamental does not present itself as form, and yet is present in everything that appears. This treatise shifts the emphasis again, not toward paradox, but toward precision. In God alone is good, and elsewhere nowhere. This is not presented as a moral statement in the conventional sense. It is not describing behavior, preference, or judgment. It is not concerned with what is considered good or bad within the field of human experience. It is defining good in structural terms. This changes everything. Because if good is treated as something that belongs to action, to intention, or to outcome, then it remains within the field of becoming. It becomes something that varies, It appears in some places and not in others. It can be increased, decreased, or altered depending on conditions. The text does not allow for this. It removes good from the field of variation and places it at the level of what does not change. Good is not something that comes into being. It is not something that can be produced. It is not something that can be lost. It is what is. This is why it is said to exist only in God. Because God, as established, is not an object within reality, but the condition that allows reality to be. It does not change, it does not vary, it does not come into being or pass away. If good is located at this level, then it shares those same characteristics. It is constant. It is not subject to variation. And it cannot be found within what changes in the same way that change is found. This is where the difficulty begins. Because experience is structured around variation. What is encountered changes. What is perceived differs from moment to moment. What is interpreted as good in one situation may be interpreted differently in another. This creates the sense that good is something that exists within the world as it is experienced. The treatise challenges this directly. It states that what is encountered within the field of becoming is not good in itself. It may participate in what is good. It may reflect it to varying degrees. But it does not contain it as something that belongs to it independently. This introduces a distinction that must be held carefully. If good is removed entirely from the world of experience, then everything that appears may be treated as equally disconnected from what is fundamental. This leads to a kind of indifference in which nothing is recognized as participating in what is good. At the same time, if good is located within particular forms or actions as though it belongs to them, then it becomes variable. It becomes something that can be measured, compared, and altered within the field of becoming. Both of these interpretations lose the structure. The key maintains that good belongs only to what does not change, and that what changes can only participate in it. This participation is not stable. It varies. Because what comes into being is not constant. It does not hold the condition of good within itself. It reflects it, expresses it, or obscures it depending on its alignment with what underlies it. This returns the idea of good to the same structure that has already been established. It is not something added to reality. It is not something that emerges from processes. It is not something that can be isolated within particular instances. It is what is constant within the structure itself. This is why the statement is absolute. In God alone is good, and elsewhere nowhere. Not because nothing in the world has value, but because value does not originate in the world of becoming. It originates in what allows that world to exist. From this point, the text will begin to clarify what this means for how the world is understood, and how what appears is related to what is good without being identical to it. Because once good is no longer treated as something that belongs to what changes, the relationship between what appears and what is fundamental must be redefined with greater precision. And this is where the treatise begins to unfold. Once good has been removed from the field of variation, it can no longer be understood as a quality that belongs to things. This is the first major shift that the treatise demands. Good is not something that can be attached to objects, actions, or outcomes in the way that other qualities are. A quality belongs to something that comes into being. It can be observed, compared, and evaluated. It can increase or decrease. It can appear under certain conditions and disappear under others. Qualities depend on the forms in which they are expressed, and because those forms change, the qualities associated with them change as well. If good were a quality, it would follow this pattern. It would vary. It would depend on circumstances. It would be present in some cases and absent in others. This is how it is commonly understood within experience. Something is considered good because it produces a desired outcome, or because it aligns with a particular standard, or because it is judged to be beneficial in a specific context. In each case, good is treated as something that belongs to the situation. The text does not allow this. It separates good from the conditions in which it appears. Good is not what is judged. It is what allows judgment to have meaning at all. This requires a shift away from thinking in terms of evaluation and toward thinking in terms of condition. A condition is not something that belongs to a form. It is what allows forms to exist. It does not vary with the forms that depend on it. It remains constant, even as those forms change. This is how good is being defined here. Not as something that is applied to what appears, but as something that underlies the possibility of anything appearing as meaningful or valuable. This does not remove the experience of variation. Within the field of becoming, things will continue to be interpreted as better or worse, more or less aligned, more or less coherent. These distinctions remain part of how perception operates, but they are no longer treated as defining what good is. They are treated as reflections, degrees of participation, indicators of alignment or misalignment with what is constant. This is where the relationship between good and what appears must be held carefully, because if good is treated as entirely separate from the world, then what appears loses its connection to what underlies it. The structure becomes divided, and what is experienced is no longer understood as participating in what is fundamental. At the same time, if good is treated as belonging to what appears, then it becomes subject to change. It is reduced to something that can be produced or lost, increased or diminished, depending on conditions. Both positions lose the structure. The treatise maintains that what appears participates in good without containing it. This participation is not equal across all forms. Some forms reflect the underlying condition more clearly than others. Some align more closely with what is constant, while others obscure it. But even in this variation, good itself does not change. What changes is the degree to which it is expressed. This distinction becomes essential, because without it, the entire framework collapses back into the level of perception. Good becomes something that is determined by circumstance, and the idea of a constant condition disappears. The text prevents this by maintaining that good does not belong to what comes into being. It belongs to what does not. This is why it is said to exist only in God, not as a possession but as identity. God is not something that has good. God is what good is. This removes any possibility of treating good as something that can be separated from its source. It cannot be transferred. It cannot be distributed. It cannot be located within particular instances as though it were contained there. It is present only as a condition, and everything that appears participates in it to the extent that it remains aligned with that condition. From this point, the text begins to examine what this means for how the world is understood. Because once good is no longer treated as a quality, the way in which what appears is evaluated must also change. Evaluation can no longer define what is good. It can only indicate the degree to which what appears reflects or obscures what is already constant. And this is where the structure becomes more precise. Not more complex, but less open to distortion. Because once good is fixed at the level of what does not change, it cannot be redefined by what does. And everything that follows must be understood in relation to that. Once good is established as a condition rather than a quality, the question shifts toward how what comes into being relates to that condition. If good does not belong to things, but things participate in it, then the structure of that participation becomes central. Participation is not ownership. What comes into being does not contain good within itself. It does not produce it, and it does not hold it as something that belongs to it independently. Instead, it reflects it to varying degrees depending on its alignment with what underlies it. This introduces variation without altering the condition itself. Good remains constant. What changes is the extent to which it is expressed. This is where misalignment becomes possible. Because what comes into being is not fixed. It changes, it moves, it varies, and in doing so, it can either reflect the underlying condition more clearly or obscure it. This is not a moral failing in the conventional sense. It is a structural condition. Misalignment occurs when what appears is treated as self-sufficient, when it is no longer recognized as dependent on what underlies it. When this happens, the connection between form and condition weakens. What appears begins to operate as though it exists independently, and in doing so, it no longer reflects the structure that allows it to exist. This is what the text is identifying. Not the presence of evil as something that exists in its own right, but the absence of alignment with what is good. This distinction is important, because if evil is treated as something that exists independently, then it becomes another condition alongside good. It gains a kind of stability that the text does not support. Instead, what is described as evil is the result of misalignment. It is what appears when the relationship between what comes into being and what does not is no longer held. This does not create a new condition. It removes the expression of the existing one. This is why misalignment does not produce something fundamentally new. It distorts what is already present. It alters the way in which what appears reflects what underlies it. This can be seen in how experience is structured. When alignment is present, what appears is coherent. It is understood in relation to what does not change. There is clarity about the dependence of form on condition. Variation is recognized without being treated as foundational. When alignment is not present, this coherence breaks down. What appears is treated as complete. It is taken as self-sufficient. The underlying condition is no longer recognized, and as a result, what appears loses its relation to what gives it meaning. This is where confusion arises, not because something new has been introduced, but because what was already present is no longer being held. This is why the text does not describe evil as something that exists in the same way as good. Good is constant. Misalignment is variable. Good is foundational. Misalignment is dependent. Good does not change. Misalignment appears as change. This asymmetry must be maintained, because if it is not, the structure collapses into dualism, where good and evil are treated as equal and opposing forces. This is not what the text supports. There is no second condition. There is only the presence or absence of alignment with what is. This returns the focus to the role of recognition. Alignment is not something that is created. It is something that is maintained. Misalignment is not something that is introduced. It is what remains when alignment is no longer held. This is why the emphasis is not on producing good, but on recognizing it. Not on eliminating evil as though it were an independent force, but on maintaining the relationship that allows what is good to be expressed. From this point, the text moves toward the implications of this for how human experience is structured. Because if what appears can either reflect or obscure what underlies it, then the way in which perception operates becomes central. And this is where the structure continues to unfold. Once participation and misalignment have been clarified, the focus moves toward the mechanism through which misalignment becomes stable within experience. This mechanism is perception, not in the sense that perception is flawed in itself, but in the sense that it operates in a way that can obscure the relationship between what appears and what underlies it. Perception is oriented toward change. It identifies difference, variation, and movement. It distinguishes between forms, tracks, processes, and allows for interaction with what comes into being. Without it, there would be no coherent experience of the world as it is encountered. This is not a problem. It is a necessary function. The difficulty arises when perception is treated as sufficient. When what is perceived is taken as complete, the underlying condition that allows perception to operate is no longer recognized. What appears is treated as though it exists independently, and the relationship between form and condition begins to dissolve. This is how distortion takes hold. Not through the introduction of something false, but through the omission of what is fundamental. What is perceived remains real at its level. Forms still appear. Processes still unfold. Variation still occurs. But without the recognition of what underlies these, the interpretation of what is perceived becomes incomplete. This incompleteness is not immediately obvious, because perception continues to function effectively within its domain. It allows for navigation, interaction, and continuity. It produces a world that appears coherent and self-contained. This apparent coherence reinforces the assumption that nothing more is needed, that what is seen is what is. This is where distortion stabilizes. Because once this assumption is in place, the relationship between what appears and what does not appear is no longer considered. The underlying condition is not denied directly. It is simply not included in the structure of understanding. This creates a closed system, one in which everything is explained in terms of what comes into being without reference to what allows it to come into being. Within this system, variation becomes the basis of knowledge. Change becomes the foundation of explanation. And what does not change is no longer recognized as relevant. This is the condition that the text is addressing. Not by rejecting perception, but by repositioning it. Perception must remain active. It must continue to engage with what appears. But it cannot define what is. It must be held in relation to intellect, which recognizes what does not change within what does. Without this relation, perception becomes the sole authority. And when it does, distortion is inevitable. Because what changes cannot account for itself. It depends on something that does not change. When that dependency is not recognized, the structure collapses into appearance. This collapse is not dramatic. It is gradual. It appears as certainty. What is perceived feels complete. It feels sufficient. It feels as though nothing is missing. This is what makes distortion difficult to identify. It does not appear as confusion. It appears as clarity. But it is clarity within a reduced framework. A framework that excludes the condition that allows it to exist. This is why the earlier emphasis on alignment becomes necessary again. Alignment is not achieved by rejecting perception. It is achieved by maintaining its relationship to what underlies it. Perception continues to present what changes. Intellect continues to recognize what does not. And the relationship between the two must remain intact. This is what prevents distortion from stabilizing. Not by removing variation, but by situating it correctly. Not by denying what appears, but by recognizing that what appears is not self-sufficient. From this point, the text moves toward the implications of this for how alignment is maintained within experience. Because once distortion is understood as the result of misplacing perception, the question becomes how that placement is corrected and sustained. And this is where the structure moves again. Not into something new, but into a more precise expression of what has already been established. Once distortion is understood as the result of misplacing perception, the question becomes how alignment is maintained within conditions that constantly reinforce that misplacement. The structure has already been clarified. What changes is not the structure itself, but the consistency with which it is held. Alignment is not established once and then secured permanently. It must be maintained. This is not because the structure changes, but because the conditions of experience do not remain stable. What appears continues to vary. Perception continues to engage with that variation. Attention continues to move toward what changes, because change demands response. Within this movement, what does not change does not assert itself. It does not draw attention. It does not compete with what appears. This creates a constant tendency toward misalignment, not as a deliberate shift, but as a gradual drift. The relationship between what appears and what underlies it is not actively rejected. It is simply no longer held with the same clarity. What is most immediate becomes what is assumed to be complete. This is where alignment must be sustained. Not by resisting what appears, but by maintaining the recognition of what it depends on. This recognition must remain active. If it becomes passive, it begins to dissolve. Because perception continues to reinforce its own structure. It presents a world that appears coherent and self-contained. It provides enough stability to function within that world. It does not require reference to what underlies it in order to operate effectively at its own level. This is why misalignment can feel stable. Because it works. It allows for interaction, for decision-making, for continuity. It provides a sense of clarity that is sufficient within the field of becoming. But it is incomplete. And that incompleteness becomes visible only when the relationship to what does not change is considered. This is where attention becomes central. Not attention as effort, but attention as recognition. Recognition of when perception begins to assert itself as sufficient. Recognition of when what appears is being treated as self-sufficient. Recognition of when the underlying condition is no longer being held within the structure of understanding. This recognition is what allows alignment to be maintained, not by forcing perception to change, but by situating it correctly. This is a subtle movement. It does not require withdrawing from experience. It does not require altering what appears. It requires maintaining clarity about what is taking place. What appears continues to appear. What changes continues to change. But what does not change must remain recognized within that movement. This is what prevents alignment from collapsing. Not the elimination of variation, but the preservation of relationship. This relationship must remain continuous. It cannot be activated only at certain moments and then set aside, because the conditions that produce misalignment are continuous. Perception does not pause. Variation does not stop. The tendency to treat what appears as complete remains active at all times. This is why alignment is not a state. It is a condition that must be sustained within changing states. This distinction is essential. Because if alignment is treated as a state, it will be approached as something that can be reached and then maintained automatically. When that state shifts, alignment will appear to be lost, and the process will begin again. The text does not support this. Alignment is not dependent on a particular state. It is dependent on clarity. Clarity that what appears is not self-sufficient. Clarity that what does not appear is not therefore absent. Clarity that what changes depends entirely on what does not. This clarity must remain present regardless of the conditions of experience. From this position, the text moves toward its final movement. Not to introduce a new idea, but to restate the structure in its most reduced form now that the role of alignment has been fully established. Because once alignment is understood as something that must be maintained, the only thing that remains is to hold the structure without distortion. And that is where the treatise comes to its conclusion. By the conclusion of this 6th treatise, The statement that opened it no longer reads as an assertion that needs to be interpreted in isolation. It has been clarified as a structural position that depends on everything that has already been established in the earlier texts. In God alone is good, and elsewhere nowhere. This is not a claim about behavior, preference, or moral judgment. It is not concerned with what is considered good within the shifting conditions of experience. It defines good in relation to what does not change. Good has been removed from the field of variation. It is no longer treated as something that belongs to what comes into being. It cannot be produced, altered, or lost within the processes that unfold at the level of perception. It does not appear in some instances and disappear in others. It remains constant. This is why it is located in God, not as something that God possesses, but as what God is within the structure that has been established. God is not an object within reality. God is the condition that allows reality to be. If good belongs only to what does not change, then it belongs only to that condition. Everything that appears participates in it. Nothing that appears contains it. This distinction has been held from multiple angles. Participation introduces variation without altering what is constant. What comes into being can reflect what is good to varying degrees, depending on its alignment with what underlies it. This variation is real, but it does not affect the condition itself. Misalignment does not create a second condition. It does not introduce an opposing force. It is the absence of alignment with what is already present. This removes any sense of symmetry between good and what is not good. Good is foundational. Misalignment is dependent. Good does not change. Misalignment appears as change. This asymmetry must remain intact, because if it is lost, the structure collapses into a system in which good and evil are treated as equal and opposing forces. This is not what the text supports. There is no second foundation. There is only the presence or absence of alignment with what is. This returns the focus to perception and its role in sustaining or distorting that alignment. Perception continues to operate. It continues to engage with what appears. It continues to produce a world that is coherent enough to be navigated. But it cannot define what is good. It can only reflect the degree to which what appears is aligned with what does not change. This is where distortion takes hold when the relationship is lost. What appears is treated as complete. What changes is treated as foundational. And the underlying condition is no longer recognized within the structure of understanding. Alignment restores that relationship, not by rejecting what appears, but by situating it correctly. Not by denying variation, but by recognizing that variation depends on what does not vary. This recognition must be maintained, not as an idea, but as clarity within experience. Because the conditions that produce misalignment do not disappear. They remain active. Perception continues to present what changes as though it were complete. Attention continues to move toward what varies. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, alignment fades. And what remains is a return to the earlier condition in which what appears is treated as self-sufficient. This is why the text does not end with a resolution. It ends with a condition in which the structure has been clarified, reduced, and held, and must now be maintained without distortion. From this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues, not by introducing a different structure, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once the relationship has been recognized, the task is no longer to discover it. It is to remain aligned with it. And that alignment is the only way what has been revealed remains intact within experience. By the time the seventh treatise begins, the structure has already been clarified to a point where the relationship between what appears and what underlies it, between what changes and what does not, between perception and intellect, no longer requires expansion. What changes here is the tone. The greatest evil among men is ignorance of God. This is not framed as a philosophical observation. It is stated directly. And that directness shifts the weight of the entire system. Because up to this point, what has been described could still be approached as a way of understanding reality, a framework for interpretation, a structure that clarifies how things relate to one another. This statement removes that distance. It does not describe ignorance as a limitation. It defines it as the central problem. This requires precision. Because ignorance, in this context, is not the absence of information. It is not a lack of knowledge in the sense of not having encountered certain ideas or explanations. It is something more structural. It is the failure to recognize what underlies everything that appears. This failure does not remove what underlies. It removes its recognition. And in doing so, it alters the way everything that appears is understood. This is why it is described as the greatest evil. Not because it introduces something negative as a separate force, but because it removes the condition that allows what is good to be recognized. This connects directly to what has already been established. Good exists only in what does not change. Everything that appears participates in it to the extent that it is aligned with that condition. If that condition is not recognized, then participation cannot be understood. What appears is treated as self-sufficient. And once that happens, the entire structure collapses into appearance. This is the effect of ignorance. Not confusion, but misplacement. Reality is still experienced. Perception continues to function. But what is experienced is no longer understood in relation to what underlies it. This produces a world that appears complete, a system that seems coherent, but one that is disconnected from its foundation. This is why ignorance is not neutral. It is not simply a lack. It actively distorts the relationship between what appears and what is. This distortion does not need to be dramatic. It is often stable. It presents itself as clarity, as certainty, as the assumption that what is seen is what is. This is what makes it difficult to recognize, because it does not feel like ignorance. It feels like understanding. This is where the text begins, not by introducing a new structure, but by identifying the condition that prevents that structure from being held. And by doing so, it shifts the focus from what is to be understood to what prevents understanding from remaining intact. From this point, the treatise will begin to examine how this ignorance operates and how it shapes the way reality is interpreted when what underlies it is no longer recognized. Because once the foundation is removed from the structure of understanding, everything that follows must be reconsidered. And that is where the text moves next. Once ignorance has been identified as the central problem, it becomes necessary to understand how it operates. If it was simply the absence of knowledge, it could be corrected by the addition of information. But the text does not treat it this way. Ignorance, in this context, has structure. It is not empty. It is active. It shapes the way reality is interpreted. This is why it can persist even in the presence of information. A person may encounter explanations, concepts, and frameworks that describe the structure of reality accurately and yet remain within ignorance. This is possible because ignorance is not defined by what is known at the level of language. It is defined by how what is known is held. If the relationship between what appears and what underlies it is not recognized, then the addition of information does not correct the problem. It is absorbed into the existing structure of misunderstanding. This is how ignorance stabilizes. It does not resist knowledge. It reorganizes it. What is encountered is interpreted in terms of what is already assumed. New ideas are placed within the framework of perception rather than being allowed to reorient it. The underlying condition remains unrecognized even as it is being described. This produces a particular kind of clarity, one that is internally consistent but structurally incomplete, because the foundation is missing. This is why ignorance does not appear as confusion. It appears as certainty. What is perceived feels complete. The relationships between things can be described. Patterns can be identified. Systems can be constructed that explain how things behave within the field of becoming. All of this can function effectively, but it does so without reference to what allows that field to exist. This creates a closed system, one in which everything is explained in terms of what comes into being without recognizing the condition that makes becoming possible. Within this system, variation becomes the basis of understanding. Change becomes the foundation. What does not change is no longer recognized as relevant because it does not appear within the processes that are being examined. This is how ignorance becomes stable, not because it is defended explicitly, but because it is reinforced by the way perception operates. Perception identifies difference. It tracks change. It builds continuity from variation. This produces a world that appears coherent and self-contained. And because it functions, it is trusted. This trust is what allows ignorance to persist, not as a deliberate rejection of what underlies reality, but as a failure to recognize that anything more is required. This is why the text defines ignorance as the greatest evil. Not because it introduces something separate from what is good, but because it removes the condition that allows what is good to be recognized. Without that recognition, alignment becomes impossible. What appears is treated as self-sufficient. And once that happens, the structure collapses into appearance. This collapse is not immediate. It develops over time. Assumptions become fixed. Interpretations become habitual. What is most immediate becomes what is taken as real. And because this process is continuous, it does not draw attention to itself. It becomes the background against which everything else is understood. This is the structure of ignorance. Not the absence of knowledge, but the misplacement of it. Not the lack of clarity, but clarity within a reduced framework. This is what must be corrected. Not by adding more information, but by restoring the relationship that has been lost. Because once that relationship is recognized, the structure of ignorance begins to dissolve. Not through opposition, but through reorientation. From this point, the text moves toward how this reorientation takes place. Because if ignorance is structural, then its correction must also be structural. And this is where the treatise continues. Once the structure of ignorance is understood, the next difficulty becomes more precise. Ignorance does not simply obscure understanding. It produces a form of clarity that feels complete, even when it is not. This is what allows it to persist. If ignorance appeared as confusion, it would draw attention to itself. It would create a sense that something is missing. It would open the possibility for correction because the absence of clarity would be recognized. But this is not how it operates. It produces clarity within a reduced framework. Everything that appears can still be described. Relationships between things can still be understood. Patterns can still be recognized. Systems can still be constructed that explain how the world behaves at the level of becoming. Within this field, understanding appears stable. It functions. It allows for prediction, for interaction, for continuity. And because it works, it is trusted. This trust is what gives false clarity its strength. Because once something is experienced as clear and functional, it is no longer questioned. It becomes the basis for further interpretation. New information is absorbed into it. The framework expands, but it does not change at its foundation. This is where certainty becomes misplaced. Certainty in itself is not the problem. The problem is where it is located. If certainty is placed within what changes, then it becomes attached to forms, processes, and interpretations that are themselves unstable. What appears to be fixed is in fact dependent on conditions that are constantly shifting. This creates a contradiction that is not immediately visible. What is treated as certain is not stable, and what is stable is not recognized. This inversion is what defines misplaced certainty. It does not feel like uncertainty. It feels like confidence. What is perceived is taken as sufficient. What is understood within that perception is treated as complete. There is no need to look beyond what appears, because what appears seems to provide everything that is required. This is where the structure closes in on itself. What is seen defines what is real. What is real defines what is understood. And what is understood reinforces what is seen. This loop is self-sustaining. It does not require external support. It maintains itself through the consistency of perception and the stability of interpretation within that perception. This is why false clarity is difficult to disrupt. Not because it is complex, but because it is coherent. It forms a complete system at its own level. But it is complete only within its own limits. It does not include the condition that allows it to exist. This is where the earlier distinction becomes critical again. Perception presents what changes. Intellect recognizes what does not. If intellect is not active within the structure of understanding, then perception becomes the sole authority. What is recognized through perception is treated as complete, and what is not recognized through perception is excluded. This exclusion is not deliberate. It is structural. What does not appear is not considered. And because it is not considered, it does not form part of the system of understanding. This is how certainty becomes misplaced. It is not attached to what is constant. It is attached to what is most immediate. This creates a form of stability that is convincing but not fundamental. It holds as long as the conditions of perception remain consistent, but it does not extend beyond them. This is why the text identifies ignorance as the greatest problem, because it does not prevent understanding from forming. It allows understanding to form in a way that excludes what is most fundamental. This exclusion is what must be corrected, not by rejecting what is already understood, but by reorienting it, by restoring the relationship between what appears and what underlies it, by recognizing that what is perceived is not self-sufficient, and by shifting certainty away from what changes toward what does not. This is not a replacement of one form of certainty with another. It is a relocation. Certainty must be grounded in what is stable, not in what varies. From this point, the text moves toward how this reorientation affects the way experience itself is understood. Because once certainty is no longer attached to what appears, the structure of interpretation must also change. And this is where the treatise continues to unfold. Once false clarity and misplaced certainty have been recognized, the question shifts again. It is no longer enough to identify the structure of ignorance. The focus becomes how understanding is reoriented so that the relationship between what appears and what underlies it is restored. This reorientation is not achieved through accumulation. It is not a matter of adding more information, refining concepts, or constructing more detailed explanations within the existing framework. Because if the framework itself is misaligned, then any addition will be absorbed into that misalignment. This is why correction cannot occur at the level of content. It must occur at the level of structure. The relationship between perception and intellect must be restored. Perception continues to operate as it always has. It presents what changes. It identifies form, variation, and movement. It provides the field within which experience unfolds. This does not change. What changes is how perception is situated. It is no longer treated as sufficient. It is no longer the sole basis for understanding. It is recognized as one aspect of a broader structure that includes what does not change. This is where intellect becomes active again, not as analysis in the conventional sense, but as recognition of what remains constant within what varies. It does not replace perception. It does not reject what appears. It situates it. This creates a shift that is subtle but fundamental. What appears is no longer treated as self-sufficient. It is understood as dependent, not in a theoretical sense, but within experience itself. This reorientation does not remove the world of becoming. It clarifies it. Forms continue to appear. Processes continue to unfold. Variation continues. But none of this is taken as foundational. It is understood in relation to what allows it to occur. This is where understanding begins to stabilize. Not because what appears becomes fixed, but because what underlies it is recognized as constant. This recognition provides a point of reference that does not change. And because it does not change, it allows what does change to be understood without being mistaken for the foundation of reality. This is the function of reorientation. It does not replace one set of ideas with another. It restores a relationship. The relationship between what appears and what does not appear. Between what changes and what does not. Between what is perceived and what is recognized through intellect. This restoration alters the way everything is interpreted. What was previously treated as complete is now understood as partial. What was taken as foundational is now recognized as dependent. What was assumed to be self-sufficient is now seen in relation to what supports it. This does not create instability. It creates precision. Because once the structure is correctly aligned, interpretation no longer depends solely on what appears. It is grounded in what does not change. This grounding prevents the return to false clarity. Not by removing perception, but by ensuring that perception does not operate in isolation. This is where reorientation must be maintained. It is not a single shift. It is an ongoing condition, because the tendency to return to perception as the sole authority remains active. What appears continues to draw attention. What changes continues to dominate experience. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, the structure begins to collapse again into appearance. This is why reorientation is not complete once it occurs. It must be sustained, not through effort, but through clarity. Clarity that what appears is not sufficient. Clarity that what does not appear is not therefore absent. Clarity that understanding depends on holding both within the same structure. From this point, the text moves toward how this clarity is maintained within experience. Because once understanding has been reoriented, the question becomes how it remains stable within conditions that constantly reinforce the earlier structure of ignorance. And this is where the treatise continues. Once understanding has been reoriented, the task does not end. The structure has been clarified. The relationship between what appears and what underlies it has been restored, and the position of perception within that structure has been correctly situated. What remains is the question of how this clarity is sustained. Clarity in this context is not a moment of insight. It is not a state that is reached and then held without effort. It is a condition that must remain active within experience. This is necessary because the conditions that produced ignorance have not been removed. Perception continues to operate. Variation continues to unfold. What appears continues to present itself as though it were complete. This creates a constant pressure toward returning to the earlier structure. Not as a conscious decision, but as a natural tendency. Attention moves toward what changes. It follows movement, contrast, and difference. This is how perception functions. And because it functions effectively within its domain, it continues to be trusted. This trust is what allows the earlier structure of ignorance to reassert itself, not as confusion, but as familiarity. What is most immediate becomes what is assumed to be sufficient. This is why clarity must be sustained. Not by resisting perception, but by maintaining its correct position within the structure of understanding. Perception must remain active. It must continue to engage with what appears, but it cannot define what is. It must be held in relation to what does not change. This relation must remain present. If it fades even slightly, the structure begins to shift. What appears becomes more prominent. What underlies it becomes less immediate. The relationship between them becomes less clear. This is how clarity dissolves, gradually, without drawing attention to itself. This is why sustaining clarity requires recognition. Recognition of when perception begins to assert itself as sufficient. Recognition of when what appears is being treated as foundational. Recognition of when the underlying condition is no longer being held within the structure of understanding. This recognition does not require effort in the sense of control. It requires attention. Attention to what is taking place within experience. Attention to how understanding is being formed. Attention to whether the relationship between what appears and what does not appear is being maintained. This attention is what allows clarity to remain, not as a fixed state, but as an ongoing condition. This condition does not remove variation. It does not stabilize what changes. It stabilizes the recognition of what does not change within that variation. This is what prevents the return to ignorance, not by eliminating the possibility of misalignment, but by maintaining awareness of when it begins to take shape. Because misalignment does not appear fully formed, it develops. It begins as a slight shift in attention, a subtle emphasis on what appears, a gradual reduction in the recognition of what underlies it. If this shift is not recognized, it continues. It becomes stable, and the earlier structure returns. This is why sustaining clarity is not optional. It is necessary, not as an additional step, but as the continuation of the structure that has already been established. From this point, the text moves toward its final movement, not to introduce a new idea, but to restate the entire structure in its most reduced form, now that the role of ignorance and clarity has been fully clarified. Because once the problem has been identified and the correction has been made, what remains is to hold that correction without distortion. And this is where the treatise comes to its conclusion. By the conclusion of this seventh treatise, the statement that opened it has been clarified in a way that no longer depends on interpretation at the level of language alone. The greatest evil among men is ignorance of God, has been shown to describe a structural condition, not a moral judgment. Ignorance is not defined as a lack of information. It is defined as the failure to recognize what underlies everything that appears. This failure does not remove the underlying condition. It removes its recognition. And in doing so, it alters the way everything that appears is understood. This is why ignorance is not neutral. It does not leave the structure unchanged. It distorts it, not by introducing something new, but by removing the relationship that gives it coherence. What appears continues to appear. Perception continues to function. The world remains structured at the level of becoming. But without the recognition of what underlies it, that structure is incomplete. It becomes self-contained, closed within its own terms. This is where false clarity and misplaced certainty arise. What is perceived feels sufficient. What is understood within that perception feels complete. There is no immediate indication that anything is missing. This is what allows ignorance to persist. Not as confusion, but as stability. A stability that is convincing because it works within its own limits. This is why the text identifies it as the greatest problem. Not because it creates disorder, but because it creates a form of order that excludes what is most fundamental. This exclusion prevents alignment. Because alignment depends on recognizing the relationship between what appears and what does not. Without that recognition, there is nothing to align with. What remains is a system that operates entirely within the field of becoming. This system can be detailed. It can be refined. It can become highly developed. But it remains incomplete, because it does not include the condition that allows it to exist. This is where reorientation becomes necessary, not as the addition of new information, but as the restoration of a relationship. The relationship between perception and intellect, between what changes and what does not, between what appears and what underlies it. This restoration does not alter what appears. It alters how it is understood. What was previously treated as self-sufficient is now recognized as dependent. What was taken as foundational is now understood as partial. This creates clarity. Not clarity in the sense of having more information, but clarity in the sense of holding the structure correctly. This clarity must be sustained, because the conditions that produce ignorance remain active. Perception continues to emphasize what changes. Attention continues to move toward what varies. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, the structure begins to collapse again into appearance. This is why the treatise does not end with a resolution. It ends with a condition in which the structure has been clarified, the source of distortion has been identified, and the means of correction has been established, but must now be maintained. Not as belief, not as concept, but as clarity within experience. Clarity that what appears is not self-sufficient. Clarity that what does not appear is not therefore absent. Clarity that what underlies everything must remain recognized if understanding is to remain intact. From this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues, not by introducing a new structure, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once ignorance has been identified, the task is no longer to avoid it. It is to remain clear of it. And that clarity is the only way the structure remains intact. Form. This distinction is precise, because the assumption that something perishes depends on identifying it entirely with its form. If a thing is understood only as what appears, then when that appearance changes or disappears, it is treated as though the thing itself has ended. This is where the misinterpretation begins, because what appears is not the entirety of what is. It is an expression, a configuration within the field of becoming. When that configuration changes, the expression changes. But the condition that allows it to exist does not. This is why the text states that nothing perishes, not because forms remain the same, but because what is does not depend on any single form. What appears is always in transition. It is constantly shifting, taking shape, dissolving, reconfiguring. This is not destruction, it is transformation. The difficulty arises because perception is tied to form. It identifies what appears and treats it as complete. When that form is no longer present, perception registers absence. This absence is interpreted as loss. But what is absent is not what is. It is the form that made it visible. This introduces a different understanding of continuity. Continuity is not the persistence of form. It is the persistence of what allows form to exist. This is not directly visible. It cannot be identified in the same way as what appears. And because of this, it is easily overlooked. What is seen becomes what is assumed to be real. What is not seen is treated as though it has ended. This is where the structure must be held carefully. Because if change is understood only at the level of appearance, then the world becomes a sequence of beginnings and endings. Things emerge from nothing and return to nothing. This creates a view of reality that is fragmented, discontinuous, dependent entirely on what can be perceived. The text does not support this. It maintains that what is does not emerge from nothing and does not return to nothing. It changes. This change is continuous. It does not involve the loss of being. It involves the transformation of form. This is where the idea of death must also be reconsidered. Because if nothing perishes, then what is called death cannot be the end of existence. It must be a change in the way existence is expressed. This does not remove the experience of loss. It redefines it. What is lost is the form. What remains is what allowed that form to exist. From this point, the text will begin to clarify how this transformation operates and how the misunderstanding of change leads to the belief that things come into being and pass away in an absolute sense. Because once change is understood correctly, the idea of destruction can no longer be held in the same way. And this is where the treatise continues. Once the initial statement has been clarified, the text moves toward a more precise distinction between what is commonly understood as destruction and what is actually taking place. This distinction is necessary because the language used to describe change often obscures the structure of what is occurring. Destruction implies an end. It suggests that something that existed has ceased to exist, that it has been removed from the structure of reality entirely. It carries with it the assumption that what is present can become absent in an absolute sense, that being can collapse into non-being. This is how perception interprets what it encounters. A form appears. It is recognized. It remains for a time. And then it is no longer present. From the perspective of perception, this sequence appears complete. Something has come into being and then it has passed away. The disappearance of the form is taken as the disappearance of the thing itself. The text challenges this interpretation by separating the form from what is. Form is how something appears. It is the configuration through which it becomes perceptible. It is not what is in itself. This is where the misunderstanding begins to dissolve. When a form changes or disappears, what is being altered is the configuration through which something is expressed. The appearance shifts. The arrangement of what is present is reconfigured. What was once visible in a particular way is no longer visible in that way. But this does not require that what is has ceased to exist. It requires only that it is no longer expressed in the same form. This is the difference between change and destruction. Change involves transformation. It is continuous. One form gives way to another. One configuration dissolves into a different arrangement. Nothing is lost. What is present remains present, but in a different expression. Destruction, as it is commonly understood, implies discontinuity. It suggests a break, a movement from being to non-being. The text does not support this, because if what is depends on a condition that does not change, then it cannot collapse into non-being. What does not change cannot be destroyed, and what changes depends on what does not change, which means it cannot move outside of that condition. This creates a continuous structure, one in which everything that appears is part of an ongoing process of transformation. Nothing emerges from nothing. Nothing returns to nothing. Everything moves within what is. This is difficult to hold because perception is oriented toward distinct forms. It identifies boundaries. It recognizes separation. It distinguishes between one thing and another. When those boundaries dissolve, perception registers absence. It does not register transformation. This is why destruction appears to be real, because the form that was recognized is no longer present. The continuity of what underlies that form is not directly visible, and so it is not included in the interpretation. This produces a fragmented view of reality, one in which existence is seen as a series of isolated events, each with a beginning and an end. The text replaces this with a continuous view. Not continuous in the sense that forms remain the same, but continuous in the sense that what is does not cease to be. This shift changes the way change itself is understood. Change is no longer the movement between being and non-being. It is the movement within being. This movement is constant. It does not stop. It does not reverse. It unfolds as a sequence of transformations, each dependent on what came before, and each giving rise to what follows. This removes the idea of absolute loss, not by denying that forms disappear, but by recognizing that disappearance is not equivalent to non-existence. This distinction must be maintained, because without it, the interpretation of experience remains tied to what is most immediate. What is seen becomes what is assumed. What is no longer seen becomes what is assumed to have ended. The text does not deny this experience. It corrects its interpretation. What is seen is real at the level of appearance. What is not seen is not therefore absent. This is the structure that must be held. From this point, the text moves toward how this continuous transformation relates to the idea of death, and how what is called death is understood when nothing is lost. Because once destruction is replaced with transformation, the meaning of ending must be reconsidered. And this is where the treatise continues. Once the distinction between change and destruction has been clarified, the idea of death must be reconsidered. Because if nothing that exists can truly perish, then what is commonly understood as death cannot be the end of existence. It must be something else. Death, as it is ordinarily understood, is tied to the disappearance of form. A body ceases to function. A presence that was once recognized is no longer there. What was familiar becomes absent. This absence is interpreted as an ending, as a final point beyond which nothing continues. This interpretation depends entirely on identifying the thing with its form. If a being is understood only as the configuration through which it appears, then the dissolution of that configuration is treated as the loss of the being itself. What was visible is no longer visible. What was active is no longer active. From the perspective of perception, the sequence appears complete. But this perspective is limited. It recognizes only what appears. It does not account for what allows appearance to occur. This is where the text introduces its correction. What is called death is not the end of existence. It is the end of a particular form of expression. This distinction is essential because it shifts the focus from what disappears to what remains. The form dissolves. The configuration changes. What was expressed in one way is no longer expressed in that way. But this does not require that what was expressed has ceased to be. It requires only that it is no longer present in the same form. This is consistent with the structure that has already been established. What comes into being changes. It does not remain fixed. Forms arise, persist for a time, and then transform. This transformation may involve the dissolution of a particular configuration, but it does not involve the loss of what allows that configuration to exist. This is where the illusion of death arises. Perception registers the loss of form. It does not register the continuity of what underlies that form. Because of this, it interprets transformation as ending. This interpretation is reinforced by the way experience is structured. What is familiar becomes unfamiliar. What was present becomes absent. This creates a sense of separation, a break, a movement from something to nothing. The text does not deny this experience. It redefines it. The break is not between being and non-being. It is between one form of expression and another. The absence that is perceived is not the absence of existence. It is the absence of a particular form. This is why death is described as an illusion. Not because nothing changes, but because the interpretation of that change is incomplete. What appears to end is the form. What does not end is what allowed that form to exist. This distinction does not remove the experience of loss. It reframes it. What is lost is not existence itself, but the way in which it was expressed. This introduces a different relationship to change. Change is no longer something that leads to disappearance. It is something that leads to transformation. This transformation is continuous. It does not involve the creation of something from nothing or the reduction of something into nothing. It involves the reconfiguration of what is. This is where the earlier structure must be held carefully. Because if transformation is not recognized, then the interpretation of death remains tied to appearance. What is seen becomes what is assumed. What is no longer seen becomes what is assumed to have ended. The text does not allow this assumption to remain. It requires that what is not seen is still recognized as present, even if it is no longer expressed in the same way. From this point, the treatise moves toward how this understanding affects the way existence itself is held within experience. Because once death is no longer understood as an ending, the continuity of what is must be recognized in a way that is not dependent on form. And this is where the structure continues to unfold. Once death is no longer understood as an ending, the question shifts again. It is no longer enough to recognize that forms change and that what is does not cease to exist. The focus becomes how continuity is understood when it is no longer tied to form. Continuity, in ordinary terms, is associated with persistence. Something is considered continuous when it remains the same over time, when it can be identified as the same thing from one moment to the next. This identification depends on stability of form. If the form changes significantly, continuity becomes uncertain. If the form disappears, continuity is treated as broken. This is how perception establishes consistency. It looks for what remains recognizable. It tracks identity through similarity. And when similarity is lost, it concludes that the thing itself is no longer present. The structure established in the earlier treatises does not support this method as sufficient, because what is does not depend on remaining the same at the level of form. Form is not fixed, it is constantly shifting. If continuity depended on form remaining unchanged, then continuity would be constantly interrupted. But this is not what the text describes. Continuity is not the persistence of form. It is the persistence of what allows form to exist. This is a different kind of continuity. It is not based on recognition through similarity. It is based on the constancy of what does not change. This constancy is not visible in the same way as form. It cannot be identified through comparison. It does not present itself as something that can be tracked across time as an object. And because of this, it is not recognized through the usual processes of perception. This is why continuity beyond form is difficult to hold. It requires a shift away from identifying what is through what appears. It requires recognizing that what appears is an expression of something that remains constant even as the expression changes. This does not remove the experience of difference. Forms still vary. Configurations still shift. What appears at one moment is not identical to what appears at another. But this variation does not interrupt continuity. It is part of it. Continuity includes change. It is not opposed to it. Because what remains constant is not the form, but the condition that allows form to exist. This condition does not change. It does not move from one state to another. It does not become something else. It remains what it is, regardless of the variations that occur within it. This is what provides continuity. Not the repetition of the same form, but the constancy of what underlies all forms. This understanding changes the way identity is approached. Identity is no longer tied exclusively to form. It is no longer dependent on remaining recognizable in the same way. It is understood in relation to what persists beyond form. This does not eliminate the use of form for identification within experience. It repositions it. Form becomes a way of engaging with what appears, not the basis for determining what is. This shift removes the sense that continuity is fragile. If continuity depends on form, then it is constantly at risk of being broken. Every change becomes a potential interruption. Every transformation appears as a loss of identity. If continuity is understood as dependent on what does not change, then transformation does not threaten it. It expresses it. This is where the structure must be held carefully. Because if continuity is reduced entirely to what underlies form, the connection to what appears can be lost. The world becomes abstract, disconnected from experience. At the same time, if continuity is tied only to form, then it becomes unstable. The text maintains both. What appears is real at the level of becoming. What underlies it is constant. Continuity exists at the level of what does not change. Transformation occurs at the level of what does. These two must be held together. From this point, the text moves toward how this understanding affects the interpretation of change within experience. Because once continuity is no longer tied to form, the way change is understood must also be adjusted. And this is where the treatise continues. Once continuity is no longer tied to the persistence of form, transformation can no longer be understood as a disruption. It must be understood as the way continuity is expressed within the field of becoming. This is a shift that requires precision. Because transformation is often interpreted as loss. When a form changes, what was previously recognized is no longer present in the same way. This creates a sense that something has been removed, that what existed has been diminished or replaced. This interpretation depends on identifying the thing entirely with its form. If the form is taken as complete, then any change in that form appears as a reduction. But if form is understood as expression, then change in form is not loss. It is reconfiguration. What is being altered is the way in which what is present is expressed, not the presence itself. This is where transformation must be recognized as continuous. It does not occur in isolated events. It is constant. Everything that appears is already in the process of becoming something else. There is no fixed point at which a form remains unchanged. Even what appears stable is in movement at levels that are not immediately visible. This movement does not introduce discontinuity. It maintains it, because what is moving is not moving from being to non-being. It is moving within being. This is what allows continuity to remain intact even as forms shift. Transformation is not something that interrupts existence. It is how existence unfolds at the level of form. This removes the idea that change is something that happens to things. It is what things are. To be at the level of becoming is to be in transformation. This is not a temporary condition. It is the nature of what appears. This understanding alters the interpretation of stability. Stability is no longer understood as the absence of change. It is understood as the presence of continuity within change. A form may appear stable, but it is still part of an ongoing process of transformation. Its apparent stability is a moment within that process, not a suspension of it. This is why the idea that something perishes cannot be maintained. Because what appears to end is not removed from existence. It is transformed. The configuration changes. The expression shifts. But what allows that expression remains. This must be held carefully. Because if transformation is understood only at the level of form, then it may still appear as a sequence of endings and beginnings. One form disappears, another appears, and this sequence is interpreted as discontinuous. The text does not support this interpretation. It maintains that transformation is continuous. There is no point at which being ceases. There is no moment of absolute loss. There is only the constant reconfiguration of what is. This is what allows the earlier statement to hold. That none of existing things perish, not because they remain the same, but because they do not cease to be. This distinction changes the way change itself is experienced. Change is no longer something that threatens continuity. It expresses it. This does not remove the experience of difference. It reframes it. Difference is no longer a sign of separation. It is a variation within continuity. This is where the structure must be maintained. Because if continuity is not recognized, transformation will continue to be interpreted as loss. And if transformation is interpreted as loss, the idea of destruction will return. The text prevents this by holding transformation within the structure of what does not change. What changes is always within what remains, and what remains is never affected by the changes that occur within it. From this point, the text moves toward its final movement, not to introduce something new, but to restate the structure in its most reduced form, now that change, death, and continuity have been clarified. Because once transformation is understood correctly, the idea of loss can no longer be held in the same way. And that is where the treatise comes to its conclusion. By the conclusion of this 8th treatise, the statement that opened it no longer stands in opposition to experience. That none of existing things perish has been clarified as a structural description of reality rather than a denial of what is observed. Forms change. They come into being, remain for a time, and then disappear. This sequence is real at the level of perception. What has changed is not the observation, but its interpretation. What disappears is not existence. It is form. This distinction has been held from multiple angles. Destruction has been separated from transformation. Death has been redefined as a change in expression. Continuity has been located in what does not change, rather than in the persistence of form. Transformation has been recognized as continuous, not as a series of isolated events. None of these ideas introduce something new. They refine the structure that has already been established. What appears is not self-sufficient. It depends on what underlies it. What underlies it does not change. And because it does not change, what appears cannot move outside of it. This is what prevents anything from perishing. Not because forms remain the same, but because being is not dependent on any single form. This removes the possibility of absolute loss, not by denying the experience of change, but by recognizing that change does not involve the movement from being to non-being. It involves the movement within being. This is where the earlier structure must be maintained, because if what appears is treated as complete, then its disappearance will continue to be interpreted as ending. What is seen becomes what is assumed. What is no longer seen becomes what is assumed to have ceased. This interpretation remains tied to perception. It does not include what underlies perception. The text corrects this by restoring the relationship. What appears is real at its level. What underlies it is constant. The disappearance of form does not affect what allows form to exist. This is what must be held, not as an idea, but as clarity within experience. Clarity that what is visible is not the entirety of what is. Clarity that what is no longer visible is not therefore absent. Clarity that change does not remove being, but expresses it differently. This clarity does not remove variation. It situates it. Forms continue to change. Experience continues to unfold. What appears continues to shift. But none of this is treated as foundational. It is understood in relation to what does not change. This is what stabilizes understanding. Not the persistence of what appears, but the recognition of what remains, regardless of what appears. This recognition must be maintained, because the tendency to interpret change as loss remains active. Perception continues to prioritize what is visible. Attention continues to follow what varies. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, the structure begins to collapse again into appearance. This is why the treatise does not end with a resolution. It ends with a condition. A condition in which the structure has been clarified, the interpretation of change has been corrected, and the continuity of what is has been recognized, but must now be held without distortion. From this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues. Not by introducing a new structure, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once it is understood that nothing perishes, the task is no longer to prevent loss. It is to recognize that what is cannot be lost. And that recognition is the only way the structure remains intact within experience. There is a point in this series where everything begins to tighten. Not because the ideas are becoming more complex, but because the difference between understanding and misinterpretation becomes harder to ignore. This is one of those points. This is chapter 9 of the Corpus Hermeticum, on thought and sense. And what it moves into is something most people never question. Not reality itself, but how they are experiencing it. Before we go further, if you're here for this kind of content, follow the channel. This series builds properly, chapter by chapter, and it's designed to be watched that way. Each one stands on its own, but together they form something much more precise. Now, back to the text. Up to this point, the structure has been made clear. What appears is not self-sufficient. What changes depends on what does not. Perception engages with form. Intellect recognizes what underlies it. Ignorance is not a lack of knowledge, but a failure to hold that relationship. And change does not involve loss, only transformation. All of that has been established. What has not yet been fully examined is how the experience of reality is actually being formed. Not in theory, but in practice. Because there are two ways in which reality is engaged: through sense and through thought. At first, this distinction seems obvious. Sense relates to perception. What is seen, heard, touched. What is directly encountered. Thought relates to interpretation, to understanding, to the way what is perceived is organized and made coherent. But the text does not treat these as equal, and it does not treat them as interchangeable. Because while sense engages with what appears, thought determines how what appears is understood. And this is where the structure begins to shift again. Because if thought is aligned with what underlies reality, then perception is situated correctly. What appears is recognized as dependent. Change is understood in relation to what does not change, and the structure holds. But if thought is aligned only with sense, then perception becomes the foundation. What appears is treated as complete. What is most immediate becomes what is assumed to be real, and the underlying condition disappears from the structure of understanding. This is the problem the text is addressing. Not sense itself, but the way thought attaches itself to sense. Because once thought is grounded only in what is perceived, everything that follows is shaped by that limitation. What is visible becomes what is real. What is measurable becomes what is true. And what does not appear is treated as though it is not there. This is not a failure of perception. It is a failure of alignment. Thought has been placed in the wrong position. Instead of recognizing what underlies sense, it is being driven by it. And once that happens, the entire structure collapses into appearance. This is where the chapter begins. Not by rejecting sense, but by separating it from thought in a way that makes their relationship clear. Because if that relationship is not understood, everything else that has been established begins to lose its precision. And what remains is a version of reality that feels complete, but is built on what is most immediate rather than what is most fundamental. From this point, the text will begin to clarify how thought and sense interact, and why their misalignment leads to a distortion that is far more subtle than simple ignorance. Because here, the problem is not that something is missing. It is that everything seems to be in place. And that is exactly why it works. Once the distinction between thought and sense has been introduced, the next step is not to dismiss sense, but to understand its limits with precision. Sense is how reality is first encountered. It presents form. It gives access to variation. It allows distinction between one thing and another. Without it, there would be no immediate experience of the world as something structured and navigable. This makes it reliable at its own level. It functions. It produces consistency. It allows for recognition and response. But this reliability is conditional, because sense does not engage with what underlies what it presents. It engages only with appearance. This is not a flaw. It is its nature. Sense is not designed to recognize what does not appear. It cannot perceive what does not take form. It cannot register what does not change. And because of this, it cannot provide a complete account of what is. This is where limitation becomes distortion. Not because sense is incorrect, but because it is treated as sufficient. If what is perceived is taken as complete, then everything that is not perceived is excluded from the structure of understanding. This exclusion is not deliberate. It happens automatically, What is seen becomes what is assumed. What is not seen is not considered. This creates a boundary around reality that is defined entirely by perception. Within that boundary, everything can appear coherent. Forms can be analyzed. Patterns can be identified. Relationships can be mapped. The system holds, but it holds within its limits. And those limits are not recognized as limits. This is what makes sense so convincing. It does not present itself as partial. It presents itself as complete. Because within its own field, it is complete. It accounts for everything that appears. It explains what can be observed. It provides a framework that works within the domain of perception. This is where the problem begins. Because what works within a limited domain can be mistaken for what is universally true. The structure that sense provides is extended beyond its range. It becomes the foundation for understanding everything. And once that happens, what lies outside of it is no longer recognized. This is not an absence of knowledge. It is a boundary that is no longer visible. The limit is still there, but it is not perceived as a limit. It is perceived as the whole. This is what the text is identifying. Not that sense is unreliable, but that it is incomplete. And that this incompleteness becomes distortion when it is not recognized. This is why thought must not be grounded in sense alone. Because if it is, then everything that thought produces will be shaped by that limitation. Interpretation will remain within the boundaries of what is perceived. Understanding will not extend beyond appearance. And the underlying condition that allows appearance to exist will remain excluded. This exclusion is subtle, because it does not remove coherence. It replaces it. It creates a version of reality that is internally consistent but structurally incomplete. And because it is consistent, it is trusted. This trust is what allows the limitation to remain in place, not as something that needs to be questioned, but as something that appears self-evident. This is where the distinction between thought and sense becomes critical. Sense provides content. Thought determines how that content is understood. If thought is aligned with sense, then understanding remains within appearance. If thought is aligned with what underlies sense, then appearance is situated correctly. This is the shift that must take place. Not the rejection of sense, but the recognition of its limits, and the refusal to treat those limits as the boundaries of reality itself. From this point, the text moves toward how thought becomes misaligned and how that misalignment stabilizes into a form of understanding that appears complete but excludes what is most fundamental. Because once thought is shaped entirely by sense, the structure of reality is no longer held. It is replaced. And that replacement is what must be examined next. Once the limits of sense are recognized, the focus shifts toward the role of thought within that structure. Because sense alone does not define reality, it presents it. What determines how that presentation is understood is thought. Thought does not simply observe, it interprets. It organizes what is perceived into a coherent structure. It forms relationships between what appears. It establishes meaning. This gives it a central position. Because while sense provides content, thought determines how that content is held. This is where alignment becomes critical. If thought is aligned with what underlies reality, then sense is placed correctly. What is perceived is understood as dependent. It is recognized as expression rather than foundation. The structure remains intact. But if thought is aligned only with sense, then its role changes. It no longer situates perception. It reinforces it. What is perceived becomes the basis for all interpretation. Thought no longer extends beyond appearance. It remains within it, organizing, refining, and reinforcing what is already presented through sense. This creates a closed system, one in which thought appears active but is actually constrained. It produces explanations. It generates understanding. It builds frameworks that seem comprehensive. But all of this takes place within the boundaries set by perception. Nothing outside of those boundaries is included. This is what it means for thought to serve sense. It does not question the limits of perception. It operates within them. And because it operates effectively within them, it appears complete. This is what makes it difficult to recognize. Because thought is active. It is engaged. It produces results. It creates a sense of clarity that feels stable and reliable. But that clarity is derived from what is already limited. It does not extend beyond it. This is where misalignment stabilizes. Not through inactivity, but through reinforcement. Thought continues to function, but it functions in a way that supports the assumption that what is perceived is sufficient. It refines appearance. It does not move beyond it. This creates a form of understanding that is detailed, structured, and internally consistent. But it remains incomplete, because it does not include what underlies what is perceived. This exclusion is not obvious, because thought is still operating. It is still producing explanations. It is still creating coherence. From within the system, nothing appears to be missing. This is what makes the misalignment so stable. It is not experienced as error. It is experienced as understanding. This is where the earlier idea of ignorance becomes more precise. Ignorance is not the absence of thought. It is thought operating within the limits of sense without recognizing those limits. This is why it can coexist with knowledge. A system can be highly developed. It can explain complex relationships. It can produce accurate predictions within its domain, and still remain within ignorance. Because what is missing is not information. It is the recognition of what is not included. This is what must be corrected, not by stopping thought, but by repositioning it. Thought must not be driven by sense. It must recognize what underlies sense. It must extend beyond what is perceived, not by rejecting perception, but by situating it within a larger structure. This is the shift that allows the system to open. From this point, the text moves toward how thought becomes aligned with what underlies reality, and what changes when that alignment is restored. Because once thought is no longer confined to sense, the structure of understanding itself begins to change. And that is where the treatise continues. Once it is clear what happens when thought is confined to sense, the next step is to understand what changes when thought is aligned with what underlies sense. This is not an abstract shift. It does not involve replacing one set of ideas with another. It is a change in position. Thought is no longer driven by what appears. It recognizes what allows appearance. This changes the structure of understanding completely. Because when thought is aligned only with sense, everything is interpreted in terms of form, variation, and change. What is visible becomes what is treated as real. What is measurable becomes what is treated as true. The entire structure is built from what appears. When thought is aligned with what underlies sense, this relationship is reversed. What appears is no longer treated as foundational. It is recognized as dependent. This does not remove perception. It situates it. Forms continue to appear. Variation continues. The world remains structured at the level of becoming. But none of this is taken as self-sufficient. It is understood in relation to what does not change. This creates a different kind of clarity. Not clarity based on detail or accumulation, but clarity based on position. Everything that is perceived is now held within a structure that includes what is not perceived. This removes the sense that what appears is complete. It becomes partial. Not incomplete in the sense of lacking something within itself, but incomplete in the sense that it does not account for what allows it to exist. This distinction is subtle but fundamental, because once what appears is no longer treated as complete, interpretation changes. Thought no longer attempts to explain reality solely in terms of what is visible. It recognizes that what is visible depends on what is not. This recognition does not add complexity. It removes distortion. What was previously assumed to be foundational is now understood as derivative. What was treated as sufficient is now recognized as limited. This does not create uncertainty. It creates precision. Because what is constant is now included in the structure of understanding, and what is constant does not vary. This provides a stable reference point, one that does not depend on conditions, one that does not shift with perception. This is what allows thought to move beyond the limitations of sense, not by abandoning sense, but by recognizing its place. This is where the earlier structures begin to converge. What has been established about perception, intellect, ignorance, alignment, and transformation all come into focus here. Thought, when aligned with what underlies reality, holds all of these together. It does not collapse into appearance. It does not ignore what appears. It maintains the relationship between the two. This is what defines alignment. Not a state of thought, but its position. Thought must remain oriented toward what does not change. If it shifts back toward what appears as its foundation, the earlier structure returns. Perception becomes sufficient. Appearance becomes complete. And the underlying condition disappears from the structure of understanding. This is why alignment must be maintained, not as effort, but as clarity. Clarity that what is perceived is not self-sufficient. Clarity that what is not perceived is not therefore absent. Clarity that understanding depends on holding both. From this point, the text moves toward how this alignment is sustained within experience, and how the relationship between thought and sense remains stable even as perception continues to operate. Because once thought is correctly positioned, the only remaining task is to prevent it from returning to its earlier alignment with sense alone. And this is where the treatise continues. Once thought has been correctly aligned, the structure becomes clear. What appears is no longer treated as self-sufficient. What underlies it is no longer excluded. The relationship between sense and thought is restored. What remains is the question of how that relationship is held. Because alignment is not fixed. It is not established once and then secured permanently. It must be maintained. This is necessary because the conditions that produce misalignment remain active. Sense continues to operate. Perception continues to present what appears as though it were complete. Attention continues to move toward what is immediate, what is visible, what changes. This creates a constant pull, not as a force that must be resisted, but as a tendency that must be recognized. Thought can return to serving sense. It can shift back into a position where what appears becomes the basis for understanding. When this happens, the structure does not collapse all at once. It begins to narrow. What is not perceived becomes less immediate. What is perceived becomes more dominant. The relationship between them becomes less clear. This is how misalignment develops. Gradually, without interruption, without any clear point at which it can be identified as having occurred. This is why holding the relationship requires attention. Not attention as effort, but attention as recognition. Recognition of how thought is positioned. Recognition of whether it is oriented toward what underlies sense, or whether it is being drawn back into alignment with sense alone. This recognition must remain active. If it becomes passive, the structure begins to shift. Because perception continues to reinforce its own completeness. It provides enough coherence to function. It produces enough clarity to be trusted. And because it works, it is rarely questioned. This is what allows thought to return to its earlier position. Not because it is forced, but because it is natural. The immediate always takes precedence over what is not immediately visible. This is why the relationship must be held consciously, not through control, but through clarity. Clarity that what appears is not complete. Clarity that what does not appear is not therefore absent. Clarity that thought must remain oriented toward what does not change if understanding is to remain intact. This clarity does not alter what appears. It alters how it is held. Forms continue to arise. Variation continues. Experience continues to unfold. But none of this is treated as foundational. It is understood as dependent. This understanding must remain continuous. It cannot be activated only at certain moments and then set aside. Because the tendency toward misalignment is continuous. Perception does not pause. Attention does not stop moving. What changes continues to draw focus. This is why holding the relationship is not an additional step. It is the continuation of the structure itself. Without it, the earlier distinctions lose their precision. The separation between thought and sense becomes unclear. What was once understood becomes assumed, and what is assumed is no longer held with clarity. This is how the structure dissolves, not through contradiction, but through neglect. This is what must be prevented, not by effort, but by maintaining recognition. From this point, the text moves toward its final movement, not to introduce something new, but to restate the entire structure in its most reduced and stable form. Because once the relationship between thought and sense has been clarified, what remains is to hold that relationship without distortion. And that is where the treatise comes to its conclusion. By the conclusion of this 9th treatise, the distinction between thought and sense is no longer something that can be treated as a simple division. It has been clarified as a structural relationship that determines how reality itself is understood. Sense has not been rejected. It continues to operate. It continues to present form, variation, and change. It provides the field within which experience unfolds. This remains necessary. What has changed is its position. Sense is no longer treated as sufficient. It is no longer the foundation of understanding. It is recognized as limited to what appears. Thought has also been clarified, not as a passive response to perception, but as the determining factor in how what is perceived is held. When thought is aligned with sense alone, everything that appears becomes the basis for understanding. What is visible is treated as complete. What is not visible is excluded. This creates a closed system, one that is coherent within its own limits, but structurally incomplete. This is where ignorance stabilizes, not through absence, but through misplaced certainty. When thought is aligned with what underlies sense, this structure changes. What appears is no longer treated as foundational. It is recognized as dependent. This recognition restores the relationship between what is perceived and what is not. It allows appearance to be understood in relation to what allows it to exist. This is what defines alignment. Not a state of thought, but its position within the structure of reality. This position must be maintained, because the conditions that produce misalignment remain active. Perception continues to emphasize what changes. Attention continues to move toward what is immediate. Without the continued recognition of what underlies this, thought returns to its earlier position. It begins to serve sense again. And when it does, the structure narrows. What was once held as dependent becomes treated as complete. What was once recognized as constant becomes excluded. This is how the distinction dissolves, not through contradiction, but through gradual shift. This is why the treatise does not end with a resolution. It ends with a condition in which the relationship between thought and sense has been clarified, the source of distortion has been identified, and the correct alignment has been established, but must now be held without distortion. This holding is not an additional act. It is the continuation of understanding itself. Without it, what has been clarified becomes assumed. And what is assumed is no longer held with precision. This is where the structure begins to collapse. Not because it has changed, but because it is no longer recognized. From this position, the movement of the Corpus Hermeticum continues, not by introducing a new structure, but by approaching the same structure from new angles, each time requiring that it is held with the same level of precision. Because once the relationship between thought and sense has been understood, the task is no longer to define it. It is to remain within it. And that is the only way understanding remains intact.